today, the woman who was accused of murdering her husband and was found guilty. She's looking at life without a possibility of parole or 25 to life. So if she gets the minimum 25 years, she can be out in her mid to late 50s and her children will be around in their 30s. Now, I think a lot of people are hoping that she gets life without a possibility of parole. That's the maximum punishment that she's looking at currently. Also, I just got news on my phone this morning that Alec Murdaugh is going to be getting a new trial. Courthouse Becky. What a year. I mean, we find out that Letitia Stalk is going to get a new trial and Alec Murdaugh's going to get a new trial. So we'll see what happens with all of that. Oh boy, I'm like, who else is going to get a new trial? Who else is there? But anyways, y'all, good morning. I hope you guys are doing well. Hello, hello. Press 1 in chat if you can hear me. It's been a while since we did the stream, but court just started about 10 minutes ago, so we're not too far behind. Hi, Court. How are you doing today? Hi, Caitlin, Steven, Lawrence. Hello. Charisse, I don't know if that's how I pronounced your name, but hello. Hello. How's it going today? Karen, throwback. Oh, boy. Kim's, hello, hello. Shaniqua, what's up? So guys, we're just gonna pretty much just jump into it. But actually, no, before we do that, I did cover a video that came out recently about the sentencing document that the state put out. It's a 15-page document. It's pretty scathing. If we ever do take a lunch break, feel free to pop in and watch that video. But we are also covering the sidebar for the trial as well. And the video that I put out yesterday, well, I completely forgot that there was an undercover agent whose testimony was not live streamed. So I did a reading of his testimony, and I thought it was really interesting because there was a juror who, in her interview, talked about how she was very persuaded about the undercover agent's testimony about, you know, M30s and how like the fake fentanyl pills look exactly like the oxycodone pills. And sometimes, you know, if you're a drug dealer, you might be selling the cheap pills for a lot more and say that these are prescription pills because you're trying to trick your clients into thinking that they're getting something that doesn't have fentanyl in it. But when in fact, you know, are drug dealers the most, you know, the scrupulous type of people? Not always, right? Lock room and throw the key away. Oh man. Also, the state also included some statements from her children, and one of her children did debunk Kouri's alibi of how she was with the child all night sleeping with him because, you know, she was trying to comfort him. He had night terrors. Nope. She locked her 3 children out. The kids were trying to get into the bedroom. She yelled at one of them, and the kids ended up having, well, one of the kids had to end up sleep together because they couldn't get into the mom's room because she was too busy doing something. Ha ha ha. Anyways, y'all, let's just get right into it. And I have boosted up the audio. Let me know if it needs to be boosted up a little bit more. Let's do law and crime. But Kouri, Kouri looking very different today in this bright green neon shirt that she has on. We have Miss Lewis. We have Miss Nestor here. Miss Lewis, I'm sorry that you lost a family member recently. And I don't know if Mr. Ramos is going to be here. That's Kouri's other attorney. He apparently has trial right now. I don't know if that ended up getting pushed or anything like that. Yeah, you know, I think a lot of people had the same sentiment that Robert Crozier felt a little sleazy, you know? You're not the only one. All right, y'all, let's get started. Oh, he is there. Ramos is there with the buzz cut. Okay, I haven't seen him yet, so let's see. He's supposed to be having trial right now. So I don't know, maybe if his trial got pushed or what.
00139, State of Utah versus Kouri Richins. Can I have counsel for the state make their appearance?
Good morning, Your Honor. Brad Bloodworth, Lindsay Sherbanak.
From what I saw earlier, I did see that audio starts off a little bit rough, but I think it ends up smoothing itself out. So we'll see.
And Margaret Olson for the state.
Thank you. And for the defense?
Wendy Lewis, Catherine Nestor, and Alex Ramos for the defendant, who is present.
Oh, Mr. Ramos is there.
This is the time set for sentencing. The court plans to proceed as follows.
Let me jump to Court TV. I prefer Law and Crime because their graphics are a lot less bigger. It's not as boom in your face. But let's go over to Court TV.
Thank you. And for the defense?
Wendy Lewis, Catherine Nestor, and Alex Ramos for the defendant.
Yeah, I think it's just as low. Okay, it's just low. It'll get better.
First, I need to address 3 administrative matters. The setting of a restitution hearing, which the court proposes would include discussion of the state's request for recoupment of defense costs at that time.
I want to warn you guys, if you guys have headphones on, I'm going to boost it up all the way, but at some point they are going to fix it and it might get really loud for a second. So just be a little bit wary of that, or maybe just like if you're wearing earbuds, wear it kind of loose so it's not like jammed up in there. If you're wearing headphones, maybe just like, I don't know, don't wear headphones, put it on speaker.
The state's request for a continuous protective order and any alleged inaccuracies in the pre-sentence investigation report. Second, I'd like to hear from counsel for the state and from those who wish to present a victim impact statement. Third, I'd like to hear from defense counsel and those that defendant desires to present information regarding the appropriate sentence. And finally, the court will give Ms. Richins an opportunity to speak if she so chooses. Any objections, Mr. Blower?
No, Your Honor, I have one other housekeeping matter, if I may.
Please.
Your Honor, the defendant previously waived the jury as it relates to the domestic violence finding. I cannot recall, reflecting the record, whether or not the court has actually made that finding, and the state would ask the court to do that today if it hasn't.
Can't recall whether there was a stipulation about their status as cohabitants made on the record during trial.
That's the issue,
Right.
Your Honor. And I think
It doesn't impact the decisions today, it just impacts the record for any future offense that might be committed by this person.
that is correct.
Right.
Your Honor,
Well, Your Honor, one thing, it will affect the analysis as it relates to a continuous protection.
Oh, understood. No, I understand your position. Yeah.
Your Honor, I do believe we put that on the record during the jury instruction conference.
Okay.
We discussed specifically the cohabitant issue, and you got us to make a statement on the record.
Okay, very good. So, I think there's a
I don't know what's going on here. The camera's also crooked or something. Something is up. So Kouri Richins is looking at life without the possibility of parole, or she's looking at minimum 25 years to life. The state wants to put a continuous protection order for Eric Richins' family members and also the 3 children. So Kouri can't be the first person of contact to reach out to any of them.
stipulation among counsel that the record includes a stipulation of fact recorded for the record that Eric Richins and Kouri Richins were cohabitants under Utah law at all relevant times. Anything further, Mr. Blower?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, any objection to how the court intends to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. Fair warning to everyone inside the courtroom. As with the time when the verdict was read, everybody in the courtroom deserves our respect while they are in the courtroom. So, there can be no outward reactions to what's said today. This is an emotionally charged situation, reasonably so. The bottom line is no outward reactions. If you feel overcome with emotion, please look down. Keep your hands folded in your lap. Moreover, to those that might be coming to the podium to make statements today, please make sure you're addressing me, the court, not
Boo.
other people in the courtroom. You're, of course, allowed to reference other people in the courtroom.
Oh,
but speak
no.
to me.
I love it when they just like, you know, the people who are speaking up, they could just direct it at Kouri, you know? But I get it. Okay, directed towards the judge. Not a public bashing of Kouri Richins. There's work way around it.
All right. Let's talk about setting a restitution here. What makes sense from the state's perspective?
Oh my gosh. So the state wants Kouri to pay, I think, like almost $3 million. So they want Kouri to pay back like $1 million to one of the life insurance companies. She wants Kouri to be found non-indigent and to pay back all the attorney fees that she incurred, just in case if she were to get money payout from life insurance or anything like that, or additional payout from anything else, or money from the trust. And then there's also another payment for, I think it was like 400 grand or something for the other life insurance policy that she claimed money on. The state was like, make her pay all this money. Just in case if she ever comes into more money in the future. Oh, also, they requested for her to not be able to control anything involving the insurance policies, involving her kids, or even be the beneficiary of those. Hey, Go Lucky. Hi, lady. Well,
Your
yeah.
Honor, the restitution amounts that the state is seeking are well known in the record, or the defendant, or are well known in the record. So we can proceed in very short order. I don't know if there can be much dispute on the amounts.
Okay. From the defense team, what makes sense, Ms. Nestor?
We need an opportunity to brief these issues and do a little bit.
Oh, Mr. Ramos is there. Okay, seems like he was able to make it. Hello, hello. Yeah, he's coming in with some fresh short hair. That's awesome. Pay the money back. We'll see what the judge says about that.
Of research. We were surprised by some of the requests that came
The
from us.
recruitment issues?
Yes.
Fair enough.
So we need to look into that. I know that I'm going to be out of town the first 2 weeks of June. I'm going to be out of the country, so if we could do it before or after, that would be helpful.
After would work far better for me.
Okay, same. So, other than that,
Brittany, what would you recommend? Is there an afternoon in which we don't have a ton of stuff set on a Friday?
Happy birthday, Eric. Yeah, apparently it is his birthday today, May 13th.
One moment, counsel.
Reading the son's written testimonies from the document gave me the heebie-jeebies. Yeah, it was really sad. The fact that her sons won't even refer to Kouri as mom and just calls her Kouri. I feel so bad for the kids. I'm glad that Eric had has other family members that can help take care of them.
Ms. Nestor, the afternoon of July 10th.
Ms. Lewis will be out of town,
So they're figuring out a hearing date for the restitution hearing?
and that is the week we are doing the preliminary hearing in my case in Utah County.
Understood.
Ooh,
Maybe July 31, you said.
July 31 works.
something happened with the footage where the colors are more vibrant now, but we're still kind of lopsided, I think.
That work for the state?
What time, Your Honor?
That'll work, Your Honor.
All right. We'll say 1:30 p.m. on July 31. Ms. Nestor, would you like to appear in person or by web
In
extension?
person, Your Honor.
All right. We'll set a restitution hearing to include discussion of the state's arguments regarding recoupment as made in their sentencing memorandum on July 31, 1:30 p.m. in person. Okay, anything further on that, Mr. Blood?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, sir.
All right. Mr. Blood, the state's request for a continuous protective order. I looked hard at this. Let me relate some of my concerns and have you respond to them, and then we can go from there. I looked at this.
Okay, so the restitution hearing is scheduled for July 31st at 1:30 p.m. Can you guys hear the judge? And then now he wants to address the continuous protection order. Judge says he has some concerns.
Cases cited by the state, I looked at the statute, considered the absurdity doctrine. It seems to me that the legislature has adopted a policy where a convicted person's First Amendment rights are reasonably restricted in domestic violence cases to prevent the survivor of domestic violence from being re-victimized by contact, either direct or indirect, by the convicted perpetrator. And it seems that the legislature has recognized that a survivor of domestic violence can be re-victimized by the perpetrator contacting their family members or other household members. The statute contemplates that. But here, or in a situation like this, where the Domestic Violence Act does not have a survivor, rather it has a decedent, it seems from the face of the statute and other statutes involving criminal actions causing death that the legislature has reverted to the First Amendment being the baseline, and also that there are other remedies available to the family members of that decedent, such as stalking injunctions, if they are receiving contact that constitutes a course of conduct that would cause an objectively reasonable person to suffer emotional distress. Moreover, the juvenile court has tremendous authority to determine whether and how much, if any, contact a parent in this situation should have with the children of the decedent. I'm not sure that I have the authority to enter a continuous protective order in this case. I acknowledge this may not be what the legislature intended, that maybe they didn't see around this corner when passing the statute. And I appreciate the state's position that maybe they should take a hard look at it, but the act says what it says today. Respond to that for me.
Your Honor, the state questions the court's kind of read of the act, and when the court relates members of the victims, any harm to members of the victim's family relating back to harm to the victim.
Hold on, give me 1 second. Okay, sorry, my dog was barking, so I had to swap dogs. Has Kouri read the state's memo? I don't think so. I feel like it probably takes a while for people to get in communications with her, and that document came out 2 days ago, I think. Okay, so right now what they're addressing is the continuous protection order. Mr. Bloodworth requested that Kouri not reach out to the family members and the children as well, and wanted the judge to court order that. The judge was like, hey, I looked at the doctrine that you cited. I'm not quite sure that I have the power to do this. Perhaps that's something that juvenile court has determined, whether or not Kouri can have contact with her children. And let's see what Mr. Bloodworth says.
Any harm to members of the victim's family relating back to the harm to the victim, causing the victim harm. I think the plain read of the statute is, and it's 78 Bravo-7-804 3D5.
Right. Necessary to fully protect the victim and members of the victim's family.
Correct. The plain read of that sentence, Your Honor, does not say that the protection for the members of the victim's family does not. It does not relate back. It is a separate clause. It does not relate back to protection of the victim. And I think within the scheme of the statute, the legislature envisions protection for the victim, separately protection for the victim's family as an option of this court. And I think that's kind of consistent. This statute's odd. I think it's subsection B, which has a preamble on legislative intent.
Right.
And I think consistent with that preamble on legislative intent is the legislature's grant of this court, any court, authority to protect the victim's family under the statute as well, because of the unique nature of domestic violent crimes.
Oh, you know what? I wonder if Kouri's been trying to contact her sons right now. I wonder what's going on with that.
An argument the state didn't make, maybe because it just doesn't believe in it, but it seems that a strict reading of the statute would say, I'm required to enter the continuous protective order and set a hearing, and then let defendant make the argument that.
Your Honor, procedurally, I think that's right, because of the threshold inquiry of whether or not the victim, decedent in this case, reasonably apprehends a harm.
Right. Practically, though.
But practically, I don't know that, it seems to me as the state brief that is evident, that a decedent cannot reasonably apprehend harm.
Okay. Let me hear from the defense counsel for a moment.
Yes.
Your Honor, we agree with the court's original statements. We think this request for a continuous protective order is outside the purview of the statute. It's outside this court's authority. We believe it violates her First Amendment right. If these communications are not threatening, this would basically mean she could never send her sons a birthday card, a Christmas card, any type of communication.
Well, pause there for a minute. Let's take the 3 boys out of it, because there's a whole separate set of concerns there, given that her parental rights have not been terminated.
Right.
And I don't have authority to do it.
Correct.
Juvenile court does.
Right.
But if we would talk just for the moment about the adult family members of Eric Richins,
Well,
it would mean that she could never reach out to them.
right. Well, and that could create problems if they're the guardians of her children and there's an issue if she is given any type of parental input to major life decisions, to medical.
I'm writing notes right now, but don't forget, once in a while, take a look at Kouri's facial expressions, okay? Her head nods and all that.
Care to anything like that she would not be able to communicate would be problematic. She has no intention of communicating with them outside of matters that have to do directly with the children. I also think this, well, you said you're setting the voice aside, so my other arguments, I'll deal with them. But as far as as far as I can see, there's another courtroom where this could happen. There's another venue under which this could happen. This is not the appropriate place to do it.
All right, Mr. Bloodworth, any
They don't want your shitty prison homemade birthday cards.
additional thoughts regarding the state's request for a continuous protective order?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
Kouri's doing the face of the judge. She's like, she's doing one of these. Like, hello, excuse me, duh.
All right, in full transparency, I don't like the result, but under this court's reading of Utah Code 78B 7804, subsection 3, the court determines as a matter of law that it cannot issue a continuous protective order in this case because it is evident that the victim of the domestic violence charges, in this case for which Ms. Richins was convicted, cannot possibly have a reasonable fear of future harm or abuse. It very well may be that this is not the result the legislature intended, and I would encourage the legislature to take a hard look at 78B 7804 subsection 3 to fill this gap explicitly. But they haven't done it yet. They know how to do it, and the court is not persuaded that this result is so far outside of what they could have possibly intended, given the overlay of the First Amendment, that the absurdity doctrine requires a different result. And so while the court hopes the legislature will make a legislative change that would provide protections for the members of the family of a decedent in an aggravated murder case like this, they haven't done it yet. The court simply, in my view, does not have the authority to issue a continuous protective order in this case. And so
That sucks. Hey, Christine, how are you doing today? Man, that sucks because you know what that means? That just means more paperwork, more fighting against Kouri Richins. You know, it'd be great if the judge could just grant this and they don't have to worry about Kouri Richins for the time being. But the judge is like, hey, you know, I don't like the way this is, but unfortunately, it seems like, you know, the victim's family members are not covered. So I have to go by whatever it says right here. And it seems like the Richins family, they're just going to have to continue fighting Kouri on this.
ruling, the court expresses no opinion whatsoever, one way or the other, as to whether Eric Richins' family members might qualify for issuance of a stalking injunction in the future, and expresses no opinion one way or the other as to whether the juvenile court will put in place restrictions regarding Ms. Richins' communications with her 3 boys. Anything further on that, Mr. Bull?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Nestor, may I ask you a couple of questions regarding the pre-sentence investigation report?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to review it?
We have, Your Honor.
Have you had a chance to review it with Ms. Richins?
We have, Your Honor.
Okay. Are there any inaccuracies in
We can't review it. It's filed under sealed, as it usually is.
the PSR that we need to address?
We submit there are inaccuracies. They're all related to the factual recitations, which this court presided over the trial and is very familiar with. We have confidence the court remembers what happened at trial and remembers what was presented, and we would submit.
Okay. For the purpose of today's hearing, to the extent there are any factual inaccuracies in the pre-sentence investigation report regarding the factual background of this case, the court determines that those factual inaccuracies are not relevant to the court's sentencing decision and do not affect the court's decision regarding the appropriate sentence one way or the other. Anything further on that, Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, the state is prepared to present.
Please.
Fucking Kouri's face, dude. She just looks like she's just so over it. Like she's just pissed at the world. Kouri put out a text message to an admirer of hers where she was going to expose everyone. She was going to go after the prosecution team, the judge, Eric Richins and his family members, the experts and all of that. Oh man, she was just like, I will never go away. I will always be there. I will always come back. And I don't know. She's like, she plotting something, okay? I mean, just look at that devious face of hers. No remorse whatsoever. You know, girl, we at sentencing right now. Let's try to pretend, you know? Let's try to pretend a little bit. Yeah, she said she wasn't done. Like, girl, no, you done. She well done.
Your Honor, on Valentine's Day 2022, Kouri Richins tried and failed to murder her husband and the father of her 3 young children, Eric Richins. Over the next 17 days, she did not think, what have I done? Rather, she thought, how can I do better? And then she murdered Eric in the presence of their children, using poison and for money. Such a person should never again lurk among the rest of us. Her children should never worry that they may...
She rolled her eyes at the lurk. I love that he used the word lurk because it implies that she's like a fucking creeper, okay? Just like trying to hide in the shadows, all right? Lurking around in the bushes. She was not happy about that.
Among the rest of us. Her children should never worry that they may one day encounter her. For these reasons, the reasons set forth in the state's sentencing memorandum, and the boundless reasons the court has learned from presiding over this case, the pending criminal case, and the multiple associated civil cases. The state requests that the court impose a sentence of life in prison without parole on count 1, 5 years to life in prison consecutive to any other sentence on count 2, 1 to 15 years in prison consecutive to any other sentence on counts 3 and 4, and 1 to 5 years in prison consecutive to any other sentence on count 5. Furthermore, the state requests that the court order the defendant to pay restitution to Auto Owners Insurance Company in the amount of $1,017,018 and to True Stage Insurance Company in the amount of $352,562.
Look at her
The
face.
state requests that the court order the defendant to pay recoupment to Summit County in the amount of $1,391,943.
Look at her
Kouri
face.
Richins earned this sentence. Her children deserve it. Only this court can order it. The court's time this morning is best spent
Reach for the stars, Mr. Bloodworth. Go for the max. Ask for the max.
hearing from a few of Kouri Richins' victims. Fathers are not meant to bury sons. Gene Richins will present his victim impact statement first. Losing a sibling is losing a piece of yourself. Katie Richins Benson, Clint Benson, and Dr. Amy Richins will then present their victim impact statements. There are no greater victims in this case than Eric's 3 young boys. The defendant took both of their parents from them. Jessica Black, who is Weston's counselor, Christina Greening, who is Ashton's counselor, and Sarah Barber, who is Carter's counselor, will then present the boys' victim impact statements. Your Honor, Gene Richins.
You think she's going to continue rolling her eyes and looking like that when they're reading her children's victim impact statements?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Please take your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, Eric Richins' father.
Your Honor, my name is Gene Richins. I'm Eric's father. No parent should ever have to bury their child. It's a loss that changes you forever. Eric was taken from us way too soon. And his loss has left a permanent hole in our family that will never be filled, ever. Eric was first and foremost an incredible father. To his 3 boys, Carter, Ashton, and Wes, his sons were his world, and he was theirs also. They didn't just see him as a dad, they saw him as their best friend, their coach, their mentor, their protector. He was present in every part of their lives, whether it was soccer, baseball, basketball, or any activity that they were involved in. Eric was there coaching, encouraging, and supporting not only his own boys, but every child on the team. Eric didn't just coach sports, he built confidence. He built character and friendships. He gave his time freely because he cared deeply about helping young people grow into strong, kind, and capable individuals. The impact Eric had on these children and families continues even now. On the soccer team that he coached, before every game, the players gathered and called out a cheer. For many teams, it might be something ordinary. But for Eric's team, even 4 years after his death, they still break the huddle with the words, 1, 2, 3, Eric. That simple cheer speaks volumes about a man he was and the lasting imprint that he left upon young lives in this community. He was a light to his sons, to the boys he coached, and to our entire community. A light that was taken far too soon. Eric was only 39 years old. As his father, I miss him every day. I miss our conversations. I miss watching him grow into a man I was so proud of. One of the greatest joys of my life was seeing the kind of father he had become. Eric was patient, loving, dedicated, and fully present in his boys' lives. Watching him raise his sons with such care and devotion was incredibly meaningful to me. Eric was also an amazing brother to 2 sisters, a loving uncle, nephew, cousin, and loyal friend. He was a trusted business partner, a valued colleague, and a respected member of our community. He was generous with his time, his energy, and kindness. He treated people with respect, showed gratitude even for the smallest acts of kindness, and gave freely of himself, because that's simply who he was. He worked hard to provide a beautiful life for his family. He gave them a home many would consider a dream. He ensured their needs were met, supported them, cared for them, and treated his wife with love every day. Yet despite everything he gave, his life was taken from him, not by a stranger, but by a person he should have been able to trust the very most in his life. Mm-hmm. He was betrayed in the most imaginable way possible. His life was taken through calculated.
Oh, if you think long crime is bad, I mean, court TV is like, well, I don't know. I just wish court TV is like a little bit smaller. Which one's worse? Court TV or long crime? I also don't like long crime because they have the moving banner at the bottom, which kind of annoys me sometimes.
Intentional actions motivated by the greed, control, and desire for a different life with someone else. Eric's boys lost a father. I lost my son. His sisters lost their brother. Our family lost a man who represented the very best of what a person can be. The ripple effects of this loss extend far beyond our immediate family. His friends lost someone they trusted and admired. The children he coached lost a mentor, a role model. Our community lost someone who genuinely cared and gave back without expecting anything in return. Eric will never see his boys graduate, get married, or become fathers themselves. He will never, again, stand on the sidelines cheering them on. He will never offer guidance, encouragement, or love in any way that only a father can. That opportunity was stolen from him and from all of us. Because of the calculated and intentional nature of this crime, I respectfully ask the court to impose a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. This sentence is important to Eric's 3 sons never have to live with the fear that the person responsible for taking their father could ever harm them again, and to ensure she can never harm anyone else ever again. Despite our immense grief, I want to acknowledge and thank those who have worked tirelessly to bring justice for my son. Eric was always grateful for others showed kindness and dedication, and I know he would want to express sincere appreciation to those who gave their time, effort, and professionalism to seek the truth in this case. We are deeply thankful to the prosecution team, Margaret, Brad, Lindsay, Fred, Joe, Wendy, Patricia, and the entire staff who supported them for their commitment and their perseverance. We also want to recognize and thank Todd for his dedication and relentless efforts in helping us ensure
You know she hates Todd. She fucking hates Todd Gabler, the PI.
Justice has been served. We are also grateful to Grace Wardis for serving as a spokesperson and an advocate for our family throughout this process. We thank the Summit County Sheriff's Office, Lieutenant Hemingway, Detective O'Driscoll, Detective Hopper, Officer Woody, Officer Gibson, and all the law enforcement personnel who worked on this investigation. We thank the bailiffs who ensured the safety and the order of this courtroom. We thank you, Your Honor, for your patience, professionalism, and
I wonder if she just like doesn't want to put on a facade during sentencing because she's like, well, the judge has already seen the real me during all the other hearings, so fuck it. He already knows the real me. It's actually pretty crazy because you would think that she would sit there and maybe, you know, pretend to wipe some tears here and there, maybe to try to show remorse and that she's really sorry for what she did. She's already been found guilty. That, or maybe she thinks she has a chance in appeal and she's like, you know what, fuck it. Who cares? Or she gave up.
And stewardship of this process. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to each juror, including alternates, for their sacrifice and their time, for seriously taking the responsibility, who carried out to ensure justice was served. Nothing can bring Eric back. Nothing can restore what has been taken from his sons, from our family, and from this community. But accountability matters here. Justice matters. Eric mattered. His life, his love mattered, his example mattered. He will always be remembered as a devoted father, a loving son, a supportive brother, a loyal friend, and a man who made lives of those around him better. We miss him every day and will continue to honor his memory by living with the same kindness and dedication that he showed to everyone fortunate enough to know him. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Oh, you know Kouri's gonna hate this one. You know how much she hates Katie and Amy. I'm gonna be expecting a lot of eye rolls in this one.
So as you know, I'm Katie, and I'm Eric's sister. To begin, there are a multitude of people who deserve credit and appreciation. Law enforcement agencies across the state of Utah, the Summit County Prosecutor's Office, the Medical Examiner's Office, expert witnesses who worked hand in hand with law enforcement, Eric's friends, Eric's co-workers, my friends and my family, our entire team of lawyers and experts in the civil lawsuit. There are far too many people to mention by name, and I suspect if I try to, I will inadvertently leave someone out. But to all of you, please know that this would not be possible without your efforts, your support, and the strength of the community that has stood beside us. Both my family and I are forever grateful to each of you. I am also very grateful to you, Your Honor, to this court for the dignified manner in which it presided over the trial, and to the members of the jury for faithfully performing their civic duties. Today is Eric's birthday. I stand before you because he can't. He was taken away from my dad, my sister, his nieces, his friends, our community, and worst of all, from his 3 amazing sons. Sorry. He was taken away from us by a person he should have been able to trust, the person he should have trusted most in the world, his wife. It's impossible to fully describe how devastating Eric's death and Kouri's crimes have been to our family. Nearly every aspect of our lives has been permanently changed, and we have no choice but to live with those changes and with Eric's loss forever. Eric was a phenomenal brother, father, son, nephew, grandson, cousin, friend, and businessman. Eric and I were extremely close. We went through school together and navigated life side by side. Wherever Eric...
You see that eye roll right there? She's like, oh boy, I gotta sit here and listen to this. Yeah, Kouri, you do.
Cousin, friend, and businessman. Eric and I were extremely close. We went through school together and navigated life side by side. Wherever Eric went, I was usually tagging along right behind. In school, Eric's nickname was Richie, and mine was Little Richie, a reflection on how inseparable we were. He wasn't just my brother. He was my constant, my protector, and one of my closest friends. Eric was the kind of father who anticipated his children's needs before they ever had to ask. He made sure they were always having fun, taught them how to be respectful and kind, and was constantly planning for their future. His mind and heart was always on his boys, always. Everything he did was for them. Eric was the very best uncle. He made his nieces, my daughters, feel truly special. He always found ways to have fun with them. He doted on them with love and attention. Eric was an incredible son, always there for my parents, stepping in without hesitation and helping in every way he could, without being asked. The bond he shared with my mom was truly special. We would often joke that the umbilical cord had never really been cut. but in truth, it spoke to the deep, unbreakable love they had for each other. This is who Eric truly was, a man defined by love, integrity, and unwavering devotion to his family. He is none of the things that Kouri tried to portray him as. Those mischaracterizations were nothing more than a vile effort to deflect blame. And those mischaracterizations stand in stark contrast to the reality of the man we all knew and loved. Eric's life and his actions and the profound impact he had on those around him speak for themselves, and they tell a story of goodness, strength, and character that cannot be rewritten or diminished. The saddest part for me in all of this is that I got something with Eric that his sons never did: time. I feel cheated that I only got to spend a few decades with my brother, but I should feel lucky in comparison. As Eric's eldest son told me shortly after his dad's death, he and his brothers did not even get 10 years with their dad. It is devastating that Eric is not here to coach them, to work the family ranch with them, to teach them how to drive, to attend their high school graduation, to send them off to college, to see them get married, or to celebrate the birth of his future grandchildren. His 3 sons are going to grow up and live nearly their entire lives without their dad. They are going to get to know their dad more from the stories we tell about them than their actual experiences. In all likelihood, by the time they are age 44 years old, which is how old Eric would be today, they will have little to no actual memories of Eric. And they have to go through life without their dad because their mother planned and carried out his murder.
And don't forget the accusations that they made against Eric during trial that his kids might see one day. There was a cheating allegation, the other cheating allegation with the gay relationship with his best friend. There was, I think this was like not in the trial, but she tried to say that Eric like attacked her and broke her phone, and she had to go. I don't know if he was the black guy or something. I don't know, but she tried to say that Eric attacked her.
She could not have done anything more selfish.
Oh, and that the fact that Eric did drugs and that Eric killed himself doing drugs. She didn't care. She did not care at all.
Or more cruel to those boys. In the place of a stable, secure, and loving home, Kouri gave the boys permanent trauma. They were in the house the night she killed their father. They were awake. They knew that something terrible had happened to their dad. As we heard on the 911 call during trial, one of them even walked into Eric's bed.
So I don't know if she realized what her children had said, but the kids were awake during that time. They were trying to get into the room at different times throughout the night, and she yelled at one of them. She locked the door. They couldn't get in.
Where Eric's body lay dead, poisoned by someone who his son should have been able to unconditionally trust, love, and depend on. No child should have to bear that trauma. But Eric's 3 innocent sons will bear that burden, and they will bear it for the rest of their lives. Kouri's selfishness and cruelty did not end with Eric's murder. In the time after Eric's death, Kouri has done nothing but isolate, manipulate, deceive, and do harm to those boys. Almost immediately after Eric died, she cut them off completely from our family, from Eric's family. The isolation was calculated and strategic. Kouri used the boys as bargaining chips with my dad. She repeatedly threatened not to let him see his grandsons unless he...
I wonder if Miss Lewis, like, does Miss Lewis agree with Kouri, or is Miss Lewis just going along with it because Kouri's her client, you know? Miss Lewis is like, hey, don't get me involved in this.
Could convince me, as Eric's trustee of his trust, to capitulate to her legal demands and give her all the trust assets. While isolating the boys, Kouri provided them with false and harmful information about me and my family. When DCFS took custody of the boys following Kouri's arrest and asked where they would like to go, they expressed fear of my family. The fear was not based on reality, but on what they had been told. For over a year, Kouri led them to believe that I hated them, that I was attempting to take Eric's money for myself, and that I intended for them to be left without support, that they would be homeless and starving. These statements were entirely false and had no basis in reality. Had they not been subjected to that influence, they would have known the truth. Prior to Eric's death, our families were very close. My daughters and his sons had strong friendships, and I had a meaningful individual relationship with each of my nephews.
Would it be surprising if Kouri was talking shit about the family members to the kids to make the kids feel bad? Telling the kids that, hey, your aunts and uncles, you know, they don't love you. Grandma, grandpa, they don't love you either. Hey, Hey, Taxi, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Long time no see. Wishing you all great day and a remaining week. Thank you, Taxi.
I spent time riding horses with one, helping another identify summer coding programs, and the youngest participated in ice skating lessons with my daughters. Our family shared holidays, worked together on our family ranch, took trips together, and I was present the day each of the boys were born in the hospital. The boys have expressed their confusion about these circumstances. They have stated that prior to their father's passing, both Eric and Kouri frequently told them if anything were to happen, they should go with me, that I would care for them and support them. Following Eric's death, however, those messages changed. After Eric passed away, Kouri prevented all contact between our family and the boys. She prohibited communication and continued to provide them of false information about us. When we were finally able to see the boys again, approximately 15 months after Eric's death, the boys hardly recognized the relationship we had. Instead, they viewed my family and me with fear and hesitation, as though we were strangers. Kouri also went to great lengths to jeopardize the boys' financial futures. I know you are very aware of this. Among other things, she drained the personal bank accounts that Eric had set up for his boys as college funds. She allowed the boys' Social Security survivor benefits to be funneled.
Oh no, Kouri probably drained the money, but she had intentions on paying it back. So that's why she's making faces like that. She's probably like, well, I was going to pay it back. What do you mean?
To individuals who were not taking care of the boys. And she sued me in my role as Eric's trustee and personal representative, not once, not twice, but 3 separate times. The goal of her lawsuits is singular. She wants all of Eric's assets for herself. Despite her lies and fanciful public portrayal, she knows that none of Eric's assets are going to me, my dad, or my sister. In fact, she knows exactly where Eric wanted everything to go, and that is to his boys. And yet, for 4 years, she has aggressively tried to take their inheritance from them. Even now, despite erroneous debt, a murder conviction, and a string of pending felony financial charges, Kouri's civil lawsuits live on. Those lawsuits have been emotionally grueling, all-consuming, and unimaginably expensive. And tragically, every dollar on those suits is a dollar that Eric's boys will not get.
Y'all, don't forget, not only do we have a front row seat to this, so does the judge who is imposing the sentencing. Did her attorneys not talk to her about this? Hey, Kouri, at sentencing, you need to chill the fuck out, okay? You need to chill out a little bit.
Of course, Kouri can't have other people or the public thinking that she's trying to take away her children's inheritance. So for the past 4 years, both in court and in the media, she has demonized and vilified me.
Yep.
She has hurled wild accusations in my direction, including that I hacked her bank accounts, forged her bank statements, paid off witnesses, unduly pressured law enforcement into investigating her, and quietly pulled the Summit County prosecutor's strings. It is despicable that for doing nothing more than trying to honor Eric's wishes, Kouri has cast me as the evildoer here. Just as bad, honoring Eric's wishes has landed my sister and myself, and unbelievably, my 2 daughters in Kouri's crosshairs.
So the money's supposed to go to the children, right? But Kouri was probably planning on like, hey, if Eric gives any money to the children, I'm going to have control of the children, and I'm going to end up probably taking money from the children anyways. She probably thinks that Amy, Katie, the Richins family members are going to do the same thing. Sorry, Kouri, not everyone's as evil and as greedy as you are. That's why she thinks that Katie is the one who's going to get the money. Amy's the one who's going to get the money, even though the beneficiaries of the trust are her children.
One of Eric's sons recently told me that Kouri used to say, "I will get them one day." Apparently, she was talking about me, my sister, and my daughters. Her infamous walk the dog letter, the part the jury did not hear, confirms her desire to harm me. In it, she talks at length about her plans to get at Amy and me, including by targeting my daughters, both of whom are under the age of 10. It takes a sick mind to target children. The mere thought that someone who has so little regard for human life or decency might one day walk free is horrifying. I worry about the safety of Eric's boys, my daughters, my sister, and myself. There is nothing Kouri will not do, and no one she will not hurt, to achieve her own selfish ends. I am not the only one that is afraid. There are 3 little boys who, instead of fearing those who love and adore them, as Kouri would prefer, worry constantly that Kouri might show up one day and take them away. Eric's sons deserve so much better. They are not bargaining chips. They are not cash cows. They are not props for some twisted children's book about grief and loss. And yet that is what they've been reduced to by Kouri. To my unending sadness and horror, Eric himself understood all too well the danger she posed to his children and to his family. When Eric told me he had changed his estate planning and appointed me as his trustee and personal representative, I begged him to end the marriage and go his separate way. By that point, he had already consulted with a divorce attorney and was deeply afraid that he might not be awarded sole custody of his children. He made the heartbreaking decision to stay because he could not accept the risk of what might happen to his sons if Kouri had equal custody. He told me he would live his life through hell every single day of his life until his youngest was 18, because he believed Kouri was the most evil person he had ever met. He knew that his sons did not like her. He told me as much many times. He knew that they would prefer to be far away from her, but he also knew that divorce carried significant risks. And he said he could never allow his children to.
Even if you were to do shared custody, I mean, 50-50% of that, you know, imagine having your kids spending 50% of the time with someone that you didn't trust. So he's like, hey, it's better for me to just stick it out and just be there all the time. Make sure this bitch don't do something crazy.
Spend half of their time alone with her, because he was certain they would be exposed to harm and things no child should ever experience. He made it clear that in his mind, if Kouri were given equal custody, his children would be in the care of someone he believed to be deeply dangerous. He feared the people they could be exposed to and the damage that could be done. At the same time, he spoke with deep love and admiration for his boys. He told me that they were the most amazing boys in the world, and that none of this was their choice and none of it was their fault, and that he would do everything in his power to protect them for as long as he possibly could. Kouri loves to go on and on about how this case is a media sensation. She's right. News outlets from here to Europe have covered it. There have been countless newspaper articles, podcasts, and TV specials about it. Every hearing is live streamed on numerous YouTube channels. Every filing is scrutinized by internet lawyers and true crime junkies. There is no question that this case is famous, and that Kouri is now famous. But what Kouri never mentions in talking about her fame and notoriety are the reasons why this case is now famous. It is famous for how appalling and sickening it is. It is famous because a mother meticulously planned to kill her husband, killed him while their children were sleeping in the next room, and then had the audacity to hold herself out as the author of a children's book about grief and loss. It is famous because she spent time Googling luxury prisons for the rich in America. It is famous because from her...
Similar to the Sarah Boone case, the reason why that one blew up is because the people that are involved were, sorry, not people, the person that's being accused is just so heinously disgusting. And people are just so surprised that a person like this even exists in the world. It's actually really scary too, you know? You never know if they're going to be lurking amongst us.
Her jail cell, she scripted a bunch of phony testimony so that her brother could perpetrate a fraud on the court.
Yep.
It is famous because she victimized her own children and threatened to victimize Eric's nieces. The fame and attention are directly proportional to the evil that has gone on here. This is not a situation where the idea of rehabilitation should be entertained. In taking Eric's life for her own selfish gain, Kouri did not only harm Eric, she permanently harmed 3 kids who were under the age of 10. She took away a dad, a son, a brother, an uncle, a grandson, a nephew, a cousin, and a friend. Eric's death has caused immeasurable pain to so many. Obviously, there's nothing the court can do about that. And you cannot bring him back. But what you can do is give Kouri's victims at least some measure of closure. To that end, I ask that the court impose a sentence that ensures Kouri never has the opportunity to harm Eric's children or our family again. Please do not let my brother's life be worth nothing more than a 25-year punishment. Please do not leave those boys to wonder whether Kouri might track them or their children down in the future. Please do not create a possibility for Kouri to endanger Eric's boys, my daughters, my family, or anyone else ever again. Please sentence Kouri to a life in prison without the possibility of parole. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie.
Woo! You know what? I could listen to Katie speak all day, every day, because to have Kouri sit there and have to listen to Katie, the person that she hates almost probably the worst in the world right now, it's satisfying. Good job, Katie. You did a good job. And Eric would be very proud of her.
Hello, Your Honor. My name is Clint Benson. I'm
Oh, Katie's husband. Sorry, I was going to introduce him.
Katie's husband and Eric's brother-in-law. Eric was an innocent man, a devoted father, and someone whose life revolved around his children and his family. Because of Kouri's choices, he never had the opportunity to say goodbye to his children, to reassure them, to share the final moments every family deserves. That loss cannot be measured. His children will spend the rest of their lives carrying the pain of a father taken from them far too soon. What makes this tragedy even more painful is the calculated nature of the crime. This was not a momentary mistake, a lapse in judgment, or a crime of passion. It involved planning, preparation, testing, and deliberate action. Eric's death was carried out in a way that caused fear, suffering, and helplessness. Kouri either watched or sat by as Eric succumbed to fentanyl poisoning instead of providing any kind of aid to him. She was fantasizing about a dream life funded by Eric's death.
Because of what her children wrote, I do believe that she sat there and made sure Eric overdosed to death. Wouldn't surprise me if she even tried to hold him down so he wouldn't be able to grab his phone and call for help or anything like that. It's fucking evil.
Eric was killed in his home by a traitor sleeping next to him in one of the most cowardly acts imaginable. We are profoundly grateful to every investigator, prosecutor, detective, law enforcement officer, juror, judge, forensic expert, and public servant who worked tirelessly and honestly to uncover the truth. Their dedication ensured that Eric's voice was not lost and that justice could still prevail. We are equally grateful for the incredible community surrounding us. This community has shown unwavering support and has been there for Eric's boys without judgment and through some of the most difficult times imaginable. The boys are succeeding and thriving because of the people around them who continue to provide support and look out for their safety. Going through every aspect of this murder easily led to a dark place while fighting against an individual focused on only chaos and vengeance. However, the people surrounding us, including the sheriff's officers, principals, teachers, school staff, coaches, counselors, neighbors, and church members, created an unbreakable force for what is good, just, and right. No sentence can bring Eric back. No outcome will erase the suffering caused by these actions. But accountability matters, truth matters, and justice matters.
And since Kouri doesn't want to take accountability, well, the judge doesn't do it for her.
Kouri continues to shirk responsibility for her actions, for the pain she has caused, and for the resources she has squandered, both Eric's and the state's. Even after everything that has been revealed, Kouri has demonstrated zero genuine accountability or remorse for the devastation she has left behind. Instead, she has repeatedly attempted to distort the truth, create false narratives, and portray herself as the victim. She has used the legal system as part of her schemes. There has been lawsuit after lawsuit, motion after motion, delay after delay, all in an effort to shift blame away from the person responsible. The evidence, the truth, and the outcome of this case all tell a very different story. What is especially concerning is the continued hostility from Kouri and her family, as well as their desire for vengeance directed towards our family, a family already devastated by an unimaginable loss. Statements they have made about going to war and getting the Richins demonstrate an ongoing mindset rooted in blame, anger, and retaliation, rather than remorse or acceptance of responsibility. Kouri will continue to try to convince the public that she was a good mother through media outlets that choose not to research or report on the countless motions and facts presented in this case or other cases, but instead simply regurgitate the false narratives of a sick and evil person. Kouri and her family continue to plan media campaigns.
Sick and evil person. I really liked his testimony during trial. I don't know if there's anyone out there that really believes that she's a good mother. I don't know. Maybe some people who has high hopes for Kouri and want to really give her the benefit of the doubt. I don't know. Apparently she has an admirer or something. That was in one of the court documents.
Campaigns focused on lies, targeting anyone foolish enough to spend time listening to them. Kouri is not before this court because she was mistreated, because she is a victim, or because the Richins family manufactured a false narrative that she and the Darden family would like to portray. She is before this court because of the choices she has made, choices that resulted in Eric's death and permanent trauma to anyone who has loved him. Kouri chose pride, seeking to project an image of success. Kouri chose adultery and lust, prioritizing her secret lover over her husband and her children. Kouri chose fraud and greed, hoping to profit from Eric's death. Kouri chose murder, and she continues to choose vengeance against the victims of her actions. The time for Kouri to make choices is at an end. Now it is time for her victims to choose. Please let Eric's children have a chance to choose lifelong peace, comfort, security, success, and happiness. I ask this court to impose a sentence of life without parole, a sentence that truly reflects the gravity of this crime, the irreversible harm caused to our family, and the calculated choices that led to Eric's death. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Caitlin says when you desperately try to say, I'm a good mom, I'm a good mother, it shows you're trying to prove something that likely isn't true. You're a good mom, it should show.
Amy, good morning.
Oh, Amy's here. So Amy, she didn't testify at the trial, but she did testify in the pre-trial stuff, where she talked about how Kouri assaulted her.
Honorable Judge Morasic, my name is Amy Richins. I'm Eric Richins' sister. Today, I'm here to speak as a victim and to speak for Eric because he no longer has a voice.
Probably more eye rolling from Kouri with this one. Look, let's look at her. She's already looks evil shorty looks. I'm sorry, that zoom in did not work.
I addressed this court in 2023 when we were living in a state of visceral
Oh, was it the first bond hearing? Yes, I think it was the first bond hearing.
shock. Now, 3 years later, we are here at sentencing on a date that carries a weight I can barely describe. Today is Eric's 44th birthday. Birthdays are supposed to be proof of life, a day to celebrate another year of growth. Instead, today is a cruel reminder of another year Eric will never see, and a reminder of the fatherhood that was stolen from his 3 sons. Before I talk about what this crime has done, I need you to know who Eric was, not as a headline, but as a person. Over the course of this trial, so many people described Eric in strikingly similar ways. They called him outgoing, confident, funny, competitive, dependable, driven, and fiercely loyal. He was a leader, a hard worker, a rancher, a businessman, a coach, a best friend, a brother, a son. But more than anything, people described him as a phenomenal father. Eric had 3 sons and he coached many of their sports teams. He was the kind of dad who showed up not just for his own children, but for everyone around them. Sometimes I think about all the children who lost him too, the kids he coached, mentored, and believed in. I cannot imagine the confusion and heartbreak they felt when someone who had become such a steady and trusted part of their lives was suddenly gone. Eric was a real person, a deeply loved person, and the loss of him echoes through every life he touched. On my 16th birthday, I was sitting in my 10th grade English class when I got a text from Eric that said, "Come outside." I walked out, and there was Eric, standing with flowers and that mischievous grin we all knew. I asked what he was doing there, and he just said, "Let's go. We've got to get a little mud on your tires." I had just bought my first truck, a used Ford F-150. Eric took me up into the mountains, and we took that truck off-roading for the first time. It was exhilarating and terrifying, but I felt safe because he was there. That was Eric. He made life bigger. He made people feel brave, and he protected the people he loved. That is the brother I lost, and that is the father his boys lost. In 2023, I told this court that I was tormented by the sequence of events of that night. Today, that torment has not faded. I still wonder when Eric realized he was in mortal danger.
Yeah.
I wonder what Kouri said to him in his last moments. I'm still haunted by the question, did his boys hear their
She probably taunted him. I swear to God. She probably taunted him. Terrible.
father's final struggle? If Eric had died of an illness, we would have cared for him. If it were an accident, there would have been kindness. But there is no comfort here. In his last moments, after being intentionally poisoned, my brother was faced with the ultimate betrayal. Eric's sons were 9, 7, and 5 when their world was shattered. They are now 13, 11, and 9. These are the years when a boy learns how to be a man by watching his father. What makes this crime uniquely heinous is that their grief will never pass. It will reinvent itself at every milestone. This crime didn't just happen once. It happens every single morning when those boys wake up and realize their father is still gone. They did not just lose their father, they lost the life they knew. Eric's death didn't end the harm. It began a grinding process of re-traumatization. Early in this process, I remember being told this case would be a marathon, not a sprint. We did not understand how every hearing, filing, delay, and public narrative would reopen wounds all over again. As if losing Eric was not painful enough, our family was then forced to grieve under public scrutiny. After the publication of the grief book, our family became the subject of public narratives.
Yeah, something tells me that Kouri is going to speak at her sentencing, and instead of focusing on remorse and regrets, I think she's going to use the time to just go after everyone. I don't know. We'll see. She might pull a Sarah Boot on us.
Attacks and speculation. At one point, I received a message sent from a burner phone that said,
What?
"You think you're funny? Kouri will get the last laugh. Your jealousy is as disgusting as your family." Law enforcement later confirmed through
Was it her-
warrants that the message came
Was it from her family members? Oh my God. Who are the messages from? Was it from Kouri herself? Honestly, it sounds so mature that it could sound like Kouri wrote this. We know Corey's not a good writer. Bloodworth has called her out for not being a good writer. And she's really immature.
Your jealousy is as disgusting as your family. Law enforcement later confirmed through warrants that the message came from Kouri. That moment stayed with me because it captured what these years have felt like. Not just grief, but intimidation and distortion. Yes, our family hired a private investigator.
As it should.
But when someone you love dies suddenly and deep in your gut, you believe something is terribly wrong, you do not stop searching for answers. The real question is not why would you investigate? The real question is, what wouldn't you do? What wouldn't you do for your brother, for the truth? I also feel compelled to address the emotional.
And honestly, if you're going to purchase a burner phone and read a message like that, really, that's all she can think of? You think you're so funny. Kouri will get the last laugh. Jealousy. Like, these are the accusations that you hear when you're in like middle school, maybe high school. Come on, Kouri, do better. Kouri, I guess didn't have the benefit of ChatGPT back then to use for insults. Sounds like a fucking middle school villain.
Toll of the trial itself. As the designated victim representative, and more importantly as Eric's sister, I have a right to be present in the courtroom. Yet during the proceedings, I was essentially kept in the dark.
Yeah.
Due to the courtroom layout, I could not see the exhibits or the evidence. When we requested simple accommodation, we were told that the trial was being broadcast on court TV and I could excuse myself and watch from home with the rest of the world. Being told that my right to be here was interchangeable with a television broadcast was a profound violation. I did not want to watch Eric's life and death as content from my couch. I didn't want to go home after a grueling day and listen and watch it all over again. I had a right to be here.
So I guess this was never addressed in open court, but I remember in the beginning of the trial, the state said that there should be 2 representatives from Eric's side. So this particular term, and I can't think of it right now, but they wanted to have Amy and Katie be appointed. The defense pushback was like, no, he should only have 1. 2 is an unusual number. And then because of that, I guess that's why she was unable to be seated in a certain way at court to see like the exhibits and maybe hear the testimony better, I guess. But I do remember that was brought up, but I don't think they ever really addressed that in open court with the rest of us because I never knew what happened if they ended up just having 2 people in the court representing Eric. or not, but I'm assuming no.
To face the evidence directly. Still, to this day, I have not been able to rewatch the trial because it's so time-consuming and painful to relive.
Yeah.
I still have not seen all the evidence that was presented. Your Honor, I need to say this clearly. Someday, those boys will grow up and look back at the records of this trial. I need the truth to be the only thing they find. The claims made against Eric's character were not just legal defenses, they were acts of secondary violence. Eric was a protector, not a predator. These lies were a desperate attempt to justify the unjustifiable, and they have added a layer of cruelty to our grief that is nearly impossible to bear. I also need to correct the record on a few misrepresentations. First, the prenup. It was provided well before the wedding, not in.
I was wondering about that. So Kouri went on this like fucking unhinged tangent about how the Eric Richins family were so terrible to her that they slapped her with a prenup on the day of her wedding when she was like getting ready to get married and walk down the aisle or something like that. And I was like, wow, that's okay. I mean, that kind of sucks, you know, if you're being married into a family and then you get slapped with it on your wedding day. But I'm glad that she's here to clear up the clarifications, because there were some narratives that were pushed out there. I don't think they were pushed out very widely. These are mainly, if you're like digging through the documents, you'll come across them. But I know for them, they think that like, oh, maybe a lot of people think really ill of Eric. But I think initially when Kouri was trying to push out her narrative through her family members and through her, people were like, oh, like, I wonder if Eric was, you know, was he doing drugs, or maybe Eric wasn't a nice person. But at some point, I think the truth really just prevailed, and people were just like, oh no, Kouri is a fucking liar. Like, we can't trust Kouri. Okay. They were trying to tarnish Eric's reputation. And honestly, like, to me, it seems like that was not successful. There might be like a small amount of people out there that believe Kouri and believes that, you know, Eric was a terrible father or whatever it was that Kouri was trying to push out there, and that he was, you know, terrible husband and that he did drugs. But like I said, at the end of the day, I think the truth really did prevail, and people just do not trust Kouri at all.
I also need to correct the record on a few misrepresentations. First, the prenup. It was provided well before the wedding, not in a last-minute way. Second, the incident between Kouri and me. I never touched her. Kouri pled guilty to assaulting me. Yet she and her circle have continued to spread false narratives. This is a pattern of distortion that has kept our family trapped in conflict.
Oh man, I can't listen to the word distortion anymore. Whenever I think of the word or hear the word distortion, I honestly it just puts me in the Jodie Hildebrandt. Like, oh my gosh, no, not that word distortion. Oh, sorry. You know, there's like some cases that we cover, and there's certain words that really stick with you.
There is something that has haunted me for years. And I found out Katie was the exact same today. I begged Eric to leave too. I begged him to divorce her, but Eric was trying to protect his boys.
Yeah.
People often struggle to recognize intimate partner violence when the victim is a man. But Eric's actions spoke for themselves. He documented conversations. He tried to protect himself. He knew after Valentine's Day that she had tried to poison him, but he also believed that if he left, he could not fully protect his children. So he stayed because he was trying to keep them safe. This trauma has seeped into every corner of my life. And also, it has also deeply affected my own family and marriage. My husband, William, watched me be consumed by the pursuit of justice. For 4 years, we have lived in a constant state of stress, grief, and emotional exhaustion. I lost my job as a professor at Montana Tech University on the very day I was subpoenaed to appear in this court. Eric was so proud of me earning my PhD, and teaching students was something I loved and that made me proud. It now seems like another thing that Kouri's actions have taken away from me. But the most devastating loss is one that isn't in any police report. Because of the unrelenting stress of this investigation and the constant attacks on our family, I suffered a traumatic miscarriage of twins. We lost our children. We lost the future we were building.
Kouri doesn't even care. Doesn't even give a shit. That's so sad. I'm so sorry for her.
Kouri's actions didn't just end one life. They reached out and stifled the lives of my unborn children as well. That loss lives inside this tragedy too. Eric's murder did not just take someone from my life. It plunged me into a dark.
Miss Nestor has more care and deference than Kouri. Like, look at Kouri just in the background. Like, I don't know. I feel like, is she doing this on purpose to make it seem like, hey, I'm not listening to you. You're not important. I don't give a fuck. Kouri's just terrible person.
It stole the light I once carried. It erased the future I had planned. Every day, I wake up and step into this same crushing emptiness, where time itself feels frozen and meaningless. The laughter of my future children, the warmth of my family, the simple joy of waking to a new morning, all of it has been devoured by this crime. This grief is limitless, resembling the ocean. Sometimes it softly touches the shore, other times it pounds against it with fierce force. Occasionally, it surges like a massive tsunami, overwhelming everything. These changes can occur suddenly, and like the ocean, it cannot be controlled. I didn't just lose my brother. I lost my sister-in-law. I lost someone I considered my friend. We'd have good times together.
Yeah, it's crazy to me because it seems like there wasn't contention between Kouri and the Eric Richins family members, like throughout the entire marriage, you know? It seems like they like hung out, you know? They did trips together. Remember after Eric died, they were drinking together. It's so crazy.
That loss is so complicated now, Your Honor. Because it forces you to grieve someone who is still alive while facing the horror of what they have done. It is grief that doesn't resolve. It just sits there heavy every day. This crime has fractured our family in ways outsiders cannot understand. One of the most painful realities is that my husband and I do not get to see our nephews. This tragedy has created a wall of trauma between us, and that feels impossible to climb. Because of this crime, we are no longer present in those boys' lives the way Eric would have wanted. In 2023, I told this court I never knew evil like this existed. Everything I have witnessed since has confirmed that. Kouri did not just kill Eric, she attempted to kill the spirit of everyone who loved him.
Yeah.
She lied to his children, she lied to the world, and has shown no remorse while dancing on his grave for profit. Your Honor, a parole-eligible sentence is not a conclusion. It is a reoccurring nightmare. It guarantees that every few years, Eric's sons will be notified that their father's murderer is seeking freedom. It forces them to relive the trauma repeatedly for decades. Eric died trying to be his children's shield. He can no longer protect them, so now the responsibility falls to this court. I ask you to provide these boys with the finality and safety they deserve. I ask you to ensure that the noise of Kouri Richins never enters their lives again. For the years of suffering we've endured, for the children who will grow up without their father, and for the life she stole from Eric and the peace she stole from us, I respectfully ask that you sentence Kouri Richins to life without the possibility of parole. Happy birthday, Rico. Thank you.
Wow, that stare down as Amy walked off.
Are you Jessica? Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Take your time.
Jessica. Oh, is she one of the counselors for the boys?
My name is Jessica Black. I'm a licensed clinical mental health therapist and a registered therapist. Myself and my
Oh, I think so. Hey, Joshua, thank you so much. Tier 2 membership? What? Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for supporting and thanks for joining. Enjoy your emails. And oh, you took the day off to hear the judge speak live. Yeah, Judge Marazek is definitely one of my favorite judges. The yellow shirt is awful. Yeah, it's like vomit booger neon green. I think it matches her very well. You can see her making a mental hit list. Yeah, she's kind of scary.
colleagues are here today to read the victim impact statements for 3 children. We are here as advocates on their behalf. After a developmentally appropriate process, the boys were able to decide individually how they wanted to share their statements, and this is what they chose. Our roles are to read their words exactly as they wrote. The boys want the court and the world to hear their side. This is from WR. I woke up to sirens, and there were a lot of people at my house, and I was definitely scared. I felt confused. I was in a bedroom with my brothers, and I didn't know what was happening. At first, I was really scared because I didn't know what was happening, and I had no control, and I felt helpless. I felt really overwhelmed. After my dad died, Kouri would put us in the basement while she was with the neighbor. I felt scared because I thought something really bad was happening again. She would take me to places that smelled really bad. Everything she did made me feel uncomfortable. When someone talks about Kouri, it makes me feel hateful and ashamed. She took away my dad. It's made me have a hard time trusting people. I was scared that Kouri's family would come to my school and take me. I had to go to counseling with DCFS in Heber, and I did not like it. DCFS made me talk to Kouri, and I couldn't do things that I wanted to do. I felt not important to anyone. I feel a lot better about myself now.
You know what? Like initially, her facial expression seemed like maybe there was a little bit of tiny bit of like, you know, sorrow. But now it's morphed back to what the fuck? How dare my child say this to the world about me? I'm so glad that her kids don't have to grow up with having this as a mother.
Than I did with Kouri. I can't ever see my dad again. I want her to go to prison forever. If she got out, I would be so scared, really mad, and I wouldn't want to go with her anywhere. I'm worried that she would take me away from Katie and Clint. Once she is gone, I will feel happy, and I will feel safer and relaxed, and trust people more.
Thank you.
The hatred in her eyes.
Christina.
Yes,
Good
Your
morning.
Honor. I am Christina Green. I'm a licensed clinical social worker, not registered plea therapist, and I will be reading for AR. You took away my dad for no reason other than greed, and you only cared about yourself and your stupid boyfriends.
Oh my
You were
God.
not caring and watching.
Oh, so notice that the word boyfriend was used in plural because I was wondering this too if Kouri had multiple relationships with other men. Oh gosh.
About yourself and your stupid boyfriends. You were not caring and watching over me and my brothers. I had to be a parent to W. C and I would walk him to the bus stop, feed him, and watch him. You were not concerned about our health. When we got hurt, you didn't even care.
Wow.
When C got ran over by a side-by-side, you still made him go to the soccer game that day without taking him to the doctors first. You would lock C in his room, and I would have to go to the kitchen and bring him food.
Oh.
You shamed us when we didn't want to eat uncooked lasagna you made. We threw it away because we couldn't eat it. Then you made us watch videos of children starving in war areas. You wanted to scare us into eating something that wasn't cooked. You wouldn't let our dog outside, and then the dog would pee inside. You created this problem, then you would smack my dog on the head as hard as you could. You wouldn't let me put my...
I was wondering how she treated her dog. They have like a family golden doodle. Because people who are cruel and are evil, I can't imagine them treating their children or their dogs very well. So I did wonder about that. And here's the thing. I don't know. I guess parents just don't fucking realize how smart their kids are. They have memories. They remember things. Okay. I feel like parents think that they can do things and then their children will just never remember ever again or never call them out for it. But this seems like there's a lot of like pent up issues that the child has against his mother. And they remember, you know, all these little things that you did that are really fucking weird. They're going to remember it. And I'm so glad that they're letting the world know. Kouri can sit there and roll her eyes all she wants, but these are her children's words.
My dog on the head as hard as you could. You wouldn't let me put my kitten in the garage for safety at night, and we found it eaten by raccoons the next day.
Oh my
You wouldn't
God.
let us turn on and use the heater lamp for the chickens and bunnies, and they froze to death.
Oh my
You would always
God.
argue with my dad and lock the door. You were not playing the role as a real mother does. You were doing the opposite. Now my dad can't be my coach anymore, can't be at any of my games. He won't be at my birthdays. He can't teach me how to drive. He won't be at my graduation, and he can't take me camping or fishing. You made me paranoid about sleeping on my dad's side of the bed by saying I might die or get harmed when I was just trying to be close to my dad after you killed him. You took away everything from me and my brothers. I don't want you out of jail because I will not feel safe if you are out.
You know, I think if there's anything that the children might watch in the future, skipping the trial, skipping all the other pretrial shit, it's the mother's reaction to what they wrote in the victim impact statement. I feel like one day they might watch this and they're just going to see their mother sitting there making all these fucking faces.
You have never said sorry for anything that you have done to me and my brothers. I don't want you to hurt anyone again. I know that you will need to stay in jail to fully take accountability for what you did to me, CW, and my dad. With you in jail, I will be able to continue to feel safe and live a happy and successful life without fear of you hurting me or anyone I love.
I think if they're going by the order of eldest to youngest, the first statement I think is by the 13-year-old. The current statement right now, I'm trying to think, maybe he's like 10 or 11, I think.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sarah?
Sunflare says, I have kids around 10 and 13, accurate to children's vernacular, especially ones in therapy. Yeah, she made a face at when they read that the child said he felt ashamed. And I wonder if she thought that was not in his vocabulary and was like, oh, that's not something that he wrote. Katie or Amy probably told him to write that. But I'm like, I mean, ashamed, you know? I don't know what's the last time they had contact with Kouri. So maybe they've grown up a lot since she's seen them.
Yes, my name is Sarah.
Oh, W is the youngest. Ah, okay. A is the middle, C is the oldest. Okay. So we're going from youngest to oldest. Okay.
I'm a licensed clinical social worker and registered plea therapist.
So then maybe she made that face because she doesn't think a 6-year-old can use words like ashamed.
And I'm going to read the victim impact statement for CR.
Thanks, guys.
My name and age now, my name and age I was at the time of the crime. CR, age 12, now 13. I was 9 when my dad was murdered. What I would like to see happen if the perpetrator is convicted of the crime, I would like to see Kouri get a life sentence. My thoughts regarding an appropriate sentence for the person who is accused of this crime and if they are found guilty. I think Kouri should get a life sentence because what she did is very sick. Because it had no reason to happen and it impacted a bunch of people, including me. These are some reasons why I think she should have a life sentence. The information I feel is important for the judge to be aware of in sentencing. I think the judge should know that my dad was a good person and very thoughtful and kind and helped whoever needed help. He was always taking the extra mile to help people. My physical injuries as a result of this crime are as follows. I was sleeping and then I went to get a drink of water, then went back to bed. And when I woke up shaking and Bailey called the ambulance and they came and I couldn't talk for a while, I think Kouri had something to do with it because she didn't call the ambulance. She called Bailey and Bailey called the ambulance. At the ER, Kouri resisted to have my blood drawn, and kids who usually have
Bailey?
this kind of seizure.
Bailey? Who the fuck is Bailey? It's like, is Bailey the dog? Who's Bailey? The mom? The grandmother? Wait, I'm gonna go back a little bit.
My physical injuries as a result of this crime are as follows. I was sleeping and then I went to get a drink of water, then went back to bed. And when I woke up shaking and Bailey called the ambulance and they came and I couldn't talk for a while, I think Kouri had something to do with it because she didn't call the ambulance. She called Bailey and Bailey called the ambulance. At the ER, Kouri resisted to have my blood drawn, and kids who
Bailey is the babysitter?
usually have this
No, yeah, the grandma's name is not the grandma's name is not Bailey. Her grandma's name is something completely different. Fuck, I forget her name.
kind of seizure is when they are a few months old to a year old. I learned later that Kouri bought more fentanyl and had it in the house when this happened. I think this is what happened. She did what she did to my dad in the living room. My experienced emotional injury because of this crime is described as follows. Sad. I feel mad that I have to feel sad. I went from being scared for my life to feeling really good. I was scared for my life because I didn't eat that much.
Oh, yes, Lisa Darden, that's her name.
Kouri was always drunk or gone. I was always locked in my room. I can't remember, but I am pretty sure the lock was on the outside.
Oh.
Kouri threatened she would kill my lizard because we didn't want to watch some weird show with her. All of our chickens died because there was no food or water. My rabbit died because we didn't have food or water. The goats almost starved to death because she bought moldy hay and she didn't water them. Nothing ever got fed or watered.
Oh my God.
It didn't feel good to worry about my animals.
She was too busy cheating, that's why. Scheming, stealing money from people.
I felt like I had to take care of my siblings. Ash mostly took care of me though because I was locked in my room. Ash would bring me food. Kouri would lock me up if I told her she was drunk. This happened pretty much daily. I feel angry that she locked me in my room. I am angry almost all my animals died. I am angry she threatened to kill them. I am angry she killed my dad. I started to feel really good when I moved into a safe place. It was safe because the people around me were safe, Katie and Clint. I felt safe at Jake and Shalina because I wasn't with Kouri anymore. Counseling. I feel annoyed that I have to go to
That's like one of the best feelings you can have as a child. If you live in an environment that feels very unsafe, or if there's a parent that is there that is very unsafe and that is being removed out of your fucking life as a child, that's like one of the greatest fucking feelings in the world. Just feeling safe. And it's really sad that, you know, there are kids out there that just don't even have that basic necessity in their life. Safety.
counseling and tell the story about what happened 55 million times. I feel better now because I know it's to help me. I would like to not have to go to counseling. I would like to have to not worry about anything after this trial is over.
I know. Kouri looked at Miss Nestor. Miss Nestor was like, the fuck you looking at me for? I don't fucking know anything about this.
Judge to know, I hope Kouri gets convicted to a life sentence. Kouri is always drunk. I want the judge to know my dad was a good person and I miss my dad. I miss my dad, but I do not miss how my life used to be. I don't miss Kouri, I will tell you that.
Wow.
Thank you.
Kouri, the weirdo mom. That fucking face of hers. Oh, I can't zoom in because it's all fucked up, but they just made her out to be just a weird ass fucking mom, you know? Like, dude, like we didn't want to watch weird shows with her. She threatened to kill my lizard. Didn't even know how to cook for us. Gave us frozen lasagna. Oh my god. I didn't realize the kids are gonna drop that much information. It wasn't mentioned here, but there was a part of the statement that the state referenced where it talked about how they were trying to get into the room. So it's a video that I covered yesterday, but the kids were trying to get in the room, and that was when Eric was dying. So I think that's why the Richins family were wondering if they, if the kids could have heard Eric while he was dying in the bedroom.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything further from the state?
Your Honor, the state moves to admit states
I see those essay skills, rephrasing the question and listing his answer. What a great boy.
sentencing exhibits A through I previously provided to the court. And
Oh, my room is cold.
I have copies now I can bring to the clerk.
Any objection, Ms. Tester?
Yes, we do object to some of those being on the public docket, and we can, if we want to take a break, we can go through that with the prosecution. I actually sent him an email asking if they would be filed publicly. His response was no. So I was unaware that he was going to do that.
Admitting them and filing them publicly are two different things. Any objection to their admission?
Not to their admission, only to their public filing, Your Honor.
Okay, we can work that out. States A through.
Yeah, I think the adults did their adults thing and the kids just completely ripped her to shreds. I agree with you, Aaron. Oh my god.
Through I are admitted. I need a break. We'll be in recess until 11:10. If during that break you and Ms. Nestor would come to some consensus about what the defense wants to have listed as private and or protected depending on the content.
Your Honor, the state agrees all should be
Okay, understood. That's the order of the court.
Oh my god, apparently Kouri is going to be reading a statement and it will take 30 minutes according to Pretty Lies and Alibi. So I have Twitter on my phone.
We'll be in recess until 11:10. Follow the directions of the court security director and the bailiffs in terms of how to leave and re-enter the courtroom. Thank you.
Why do all three lawyers need to be there? They all three have to take turns consoling Kouri. Miss Lewis is like, yo, Mr. Ramos, trade seats with me. I don't want to sit here anymore. This bitch keeps talking to me. Oh, we got the shackles up on here. Full view of the shackles. I don't know, man. I feel like my face is going to contort a lot while Kouri is speaking. All right. I guess we can forward through this, but luckily, because we are a tiny bit behind, we will jump right into them coming back after the break. I wonder if this is going to wrap up before the lunch hour. All right. What? What is going on with the audio? Oh my gosh. Give me a second. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm going to adjust the audio to make it low.
Just to confirm, anything.
Oh my god, what is up with audio? I'm going to... Give me a second. Okay, well, the court decided to boost their audio after the break. Let me refresh this.
Changed again and again through no choice of their own. Whatever.
Oh, wait. Oh no, is the statement not read by Kouri?
Thank you.
Sorry, I want to make sure.
Ms. Nestor, please tell me what's contemplated. Have a seat, thank you. We're back on the record in 231-500-139. Mr. Bloodworth, just to confirm, anything further from the state? No.
Okay, so the audio is fixed for you guys, but on my end, the audio is only coming out on the right side of my ear.
Okay. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, please tell me what's contemplated.
Your Honor, I have some opening remarks. Then we have some letters that some of which we've been asked to read. Others are here to read themselves. Due to the excessive publicity, several of the people have asked that only you and the prosecutor know their names, but then we not say their names. And so I'm going to provide you with each letter as we go that has their actual names on it. All of them are willing to confirm with you privately that they've written these.
Oh, so if these people want to have their victim impact statement supporting Kouri, but they don't want to put their names on there. Is it because they're too ashamed?
Letters as officers of the court, we assure you they have, but they did not want to appear on camera.
That's fine.
And then, after we do a set of the letters, Mr. Ramos has some very brief remarks.
All right, the audio is pretty rough. Give me a second. Let me see if the audio...
I'm working closely with them to
Okay, they'll fix the audio soon.
And then we're going to put on 3 more. Then Ms. Lewis will close out remarks, and then Ms. Richins will do her allocution at the very end.
Understood.
If that's sufficient.
Please.
Thank you. May it please the court. Excuse me. We began this journey when Kouri Richins stood before this court, stood before your honor, and entered a plea of not guilty. And now, after being convicted by a jury, she stands before you again. And on this day, she will tell you again that she did not do what she has been convicted of doing. And that is her right under the law. And we, her advocates, we are tasked with a sacred duty, a duty to protect and preserve her constitutional rights at all costs, in the face of criticism, scorn, and ridicule from the public, the media, and anybody else connected with this case. We have been committed to our duty throughout this trial, and we remain so today.
I know, right? Fuck that. If you're going to support Kouri, you need to support her with your whole chest. Again, guys, the audio will fix itself soon. They're just having, I think they were trying to boost the audio up, and then they end up like really making it a little too scratchy, but it will be fixed soon. I think by the time Miss Lewis speaks.
It is our privilege and honor to stand beside Kouri. We believe in her innocence completely.
Yeah, right. I don't buy that shit.
And we will continue to stand by her as she takes her appeal to the next level, to a higher court. But that battle remains for another day. Today, she stands before you, convicted by a jury of 5 felony counts. We recognize and honor that this court is also tasked with a sacred duty, a duty under the Constitution and laws of our state to decide the appropriate sentence in light of Ms. Richins' convictions. The enormity of that responsibility cannot be denied. Everything we will present to your honor today is submitted for your consideration with an abiding faith in the court's commitment to its sacred duty, and in the prayerful hope that mercy will prevail over calls for retribution. As the state has conceded in their briefing, in order to decide an appropriate sentence, it is right and just for this court to look not only at the conduct for which Kouri Richins has been convicted, but also at her entire life. The good things she has done in making her worthy of the mercy of this court. Things such as the personal traits and characteristics that suggest she is not the monster that the prosecution portrays, but a human being, a mother, a daughter, a sister, a friend, a person that has made mistakes, but a person who has loved deeply, a person who's completed acts of kindness and love and care toward others, a person who's contributed to her community, a person who, even in the darkest time of her life, reached out to help others who were incarcerated alongside her, a person who unselfishly tried to ease the pain her family and friends experienced as a result.
A person who unselfishly... What is this? Tell us what lies as we can in 10 minutes.
Of this case. Now, we have asked people who know Kouri the best to show you the person they know and love. You will hear from family and friends who saw her the most. You will hear from people who worked with her. You will hear from people who spent time with her since she's been incarcerated and have seen how committed she is to rehabilitation while she's in jail. Even more telling, you will hear how she's helped others even when facing unbearable situations in her own life. All of these individuals will reassure this court that she can be productive and make positive contributions in a carceral setting. You've heard from the state their cry for the harshest punishments available under our laws. Yet you also presided over this trial. You saw the evidence and the absence of facts that would justify such penalties. I am sure this court is aware of what a sentence of life without parole actually means.
That's true. You would think her kids would know her best, right?
In a prison setting. These individuals are locked down in their cells 23 hours a day. They are not provided with the opportunity to participate in programming, seek education, or get jobs in the prison. For all intents and purposes, they are treated as death row inmates.
Wait, really? Oh, wow. This is actually pretty interesting. Sorry.
By such penalties. I am sure this court is aware of what a sentence of life without parole actually means in a prison setting. These individuals are locked down in their cells 23 hours a day. They are not provided with the opportunity to participate in programming, seek education, work at jobs in the prison. For all intents and purposes, they are treated as death row inmates. They are denied in-person visitation. They are stripped of any sense of community or humanity. They have no hope of any future reunification with the people they love. Out of the thousands and thousands of cases that go through our criminal justice system, less than 100 individuals have been determined to be worthy of a sentence of life without parole. And that is because judges throughout this state understand that such a sentence presumes that an individual is wholly incapable of redemption or rehabilitation.
Like Kouri, I feel so bad that her defense attorneys, I mean, they are doing their jobs, okay? But they have to come up here, talk about what a great person Kouri is and how she doesn't deserve to, you know, have no parole, right? But then, like, before this, like, Kouri doesn't even respect her own attorney. She's sitting there making all these fucking faces. She's not even trying anymore. She just fucking gave up. Poor attorneys.
And should be punished in the worst way imaginable until they die alone in a cage. And Ms. Lewis will talk more about that later. But in the meantime, you're also going to hear from 3 people who've never met Kouri Richins. They know nothing about her case, but they know about what life without parole means. You are going to hear from a mother whose son was murdered and how many years ago she was in the position that the Richins family is in now. You will hear about her journey to forgiveness.
Was the person that was the murderer, were they remorseful? What was it? What? Kouri showed no remorse whatsoever. We can't even compare.
And how after many years, she came to regret seeking the penalty of life without parole for her son's killer. You will hear from a woman who understands how Kouri's boys feel. Her father killed her mother and was sentenced to prison. You will hear how she learned to forgive her father and how she's enriched her life through finding her way into a relationship with him again. And you will hear from a former prosecutor, someone who sat right where Mr. Bloodworth sits now, and how he personally witnessed the rehabilitation and tragic end of an individual he put behind bars for life. All of these perspectives are important because they remind us and the court that the recognition of the precious gift of life takes many forms and can change over time. They remind us that the decisions
That's great for all those people. I'm so glad that they were able to find forgiveness and move on, but that's not where Eric Rich's family members, the kids, they're not there yet. They're just not there. And for this to be like thrusted upon them, I don't think it's fair. That's one. And then 2, remember what Kouri put everyone through. I don't know how the other murderers were. You know, maybe their crimes were different. Maybe their crimes are passion, or maybe they did show remorse. Maybe they did, you know, say they were sorry. Maybe they were different in sentencing, their demeanor. But Kouri just hasn't shown any sort of contrition whatsoever. Kouri sat there and made faces through everyone's victim impact statement. And she's still dragging the Richins family through hell with this lawsuit that she has filed against Katie and everyone else.
made by this court today can reflect our own humanity and inspire us all to have hope and believe in forgiveness. Finally, Your Honor, you're going to hear from Ms. Richins herself. Her allocution.
Yeah, notice how she said it looks frail and sad. It's like, girl, we watched you for a whole hour and a half earlier today, and the judge did too.
Is unusually long. She has worked very hard on it. We ask the court to allow her to take about 30 minutes or so to read her words aloud.
Wow.
She is going to share with you what matters most to her in this world, her love for her boys. It is all she has left. Everything else she has ever held dear in her life has been stripped from her. It is her hope that in openly and honestly sharing her love and hopes and dreams for her boys with you, that you will see what it is inside of her that is worth saving, that is worthy of mercy, and that is filled with hope, humanity, and love. So with the court's indulgence, we'd like to read aloud some letters that have been provided to us. As I discussed, some have asked us to read it and only share the names with you in the prosecution. Some are here to read them themselves. And we are grateful to the court's indulgence to listen. And we're going to start.
She was stripped of everything because of her doing, by the way.
With a letter from Kouri's mother, and Ms. Lewis is going to read that letter. And I have a copy of it that I'm going to provide so the court can read along if you like. And I also have copies for the prosecution as we go.
And we will add this to the information as part of the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Not public.
Understood.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Man, her mom didn't even want to come in and speak. Miss Lewis is reading the letter. I think that's so telling.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kouri's mother, Lisa Dark, is here in the courtroom. She's actually, I feel given me the privilege to read her words. She was concerned about her ability to read the question. Your Honor, Kouri is my daughter. I write to you today carrying a grief that words struggle to hold. First and foremost, I want to acknowledge the loss of Eric. He was my son-in-law, my friend, and a truly wonderful father. Eric had a kind heart and a generous spirit. He was deeply loved, and he will never be forgotten by me or by the many people whose lives he touched. Eric once saved my life, and I have carried that gratitude with me every day since. His legacy lives on most clearly through the 3 beautiful boys he left behind. Your Honor, I speak today as a mother and as a grandmother. The children are my greatest concerns. These 3 boys have endured unimaginable loss and upheaval in their young lives. They lost their father, then their mother, then the sense of safety and continuity every child deserves. Their world has changed again and again through no choice of their own. Whatever sentence is imposed will shape their lives forever. Whatever sentence is imposed, that was their choice.
Remember, the mom was on 48 Hours with the 2 brothers. And I think it was on that show where she was alluding to Eric doing drugs and Eric probably killing himself. They also went on and did other appearances where they tried to take down Eric. You know, Eric the Dead is open for open season or something like that. They're talking to like podcasters, trying to put out fake stories about Eric. The mom participated in all the aftermath stuff too.
Continue to watch the boys grow, whether at school events, or sporting activities, and throughout their lives. I will keep them in my prayers, hoping they grow into emotionally stable and resilient young men. Kouri is more than the worst day of her life. She is a mother who has devoted herself to her children since the day they were born. Before all of this,
I'm so glad that we get to hear from the kids because the kids, they totally disagree. The adults can say what they want, but the kids have already spoken.
She was deeply involved in their schooling, their sports, their faith, and their community. She coached teams, volunteered weekly at school, led youth programs, and taught her boys compassion through service, from food banks to flood relief to helping firefighters and families in need. Her life centered on her family and on helping others. In many ways, everyone impacted by this case has suffered loss. However, the greatest burden has fallen on 3 innocent children. These boys have experienced repeated disruption and trauma at an age when stability is essential.
Because of Kouri.
Events, they lived in a loving home with 2 devoted parents. They were surrounded by family, supported emotionally and financially, and deeply connected to both their mother and father. Their lives revolved around school, sports, family traditions, and feeling safe and loved. That sense of security was taken from them in stages. First, they lost their father suddenly and without preparation. They were informed by officials rather than being guided gently by a parent, a moment that forever changed their childhood. Their mother then spent more than a year helping them navigate grief, modeling compassion and emotional resilience, and working closely with them to understand loss in age-appropriate ways. She even found creative ways to help them cope emotionally during this painful period.
The book? Please don't bring up the book.
Then, they lost daily access to their mother. Once again, they were told life-altering news by strangers rather than family. The boys were moved between placements, disrupting routines and emotional progress, despite beginning to feel settled and unsupported. Throughout this time, they maintained a meaningful and positive relationship with their mother through letters, phone calls, visits, and counseling. Later, they were moved again, against their express wishes, away.
Is she going to be able to appeal the conviction? Everyone has a right to appeal the conviction. So we'll see what she lists as her reasons. Hey, Samurai, how are you doing today? How's it going? The boys talked about Eric being the coach. Not Kouri, but Eric.
From family caregivers and trusted relationships. Each transition compounded their confusion, anxiety, and grief. Children need continuity to heal, yet these boys have experienced repeated separations from the people they rely on most. As a grandmother who helped raise these children, I have also lost daily contact with them. They were a central part of my life, just as I was part of theirs. The separation from their maternal family has been devastating, not only to me, but to the boys themselves, who deserve access to all safe and loving family connections.
Safe. Keyword safe.
Your Honor, these children have already endured more than most adults will in a lifetime. Being placed in the middle of adult proceedings and repeatedly confronted with painful realities risks further emotional harm. They love their mother. They need reassurance, not fear, healing, not more loss. I ask the court to carefully consider the cumulative impact on these children and the importance of preserving their emotional well-being and future stability when determining your appropriate sentence. Your Honor, I ask the court to take a moment to consider Kouri Richins as a whole person, beyond headlines or assumptions, and to understand the life she built before this case. Kouri has been driven, disciplined, and committed to growth from a young age. She graduated from high school in 2007, completing her studies a year early. She continued her education and earned her associate's degree in 2010. In 2012, she obtained her bachelor's degree. The same year, she became a mother for the first time. In 2013, Kouri married Eric, and together they began building a family. Their second son was born in 2014. Kouri continued pursuing education while raising her children, earning her master's degree in 2017, followed by the birth of their third son shortly thereafter. Professionally, Kouri has consistently worked to better herself and provide for her family. She obtained her real estate license in 2019, and later
Provide for her family. She was also putting them in so much debt.
earned her general contractor's license in 2021, achievements that reflected her work ethic, independence, and determination. In 2022, Kouri experienced a devastating loss with the sudden death of her husband. Despite profound grief, she sought constructive ways to cope and help.
Wait, why is she writing this as if with the sudden death of her husband? Oh, so the mom is not acknowledging that Kouri was found guilty and Kouri murdered Eric. Okay. She's making it seem like, oh, this just happened. I don't know how it happened, but it just happened. And oh my God, Kouri just like, she was mother of the year. She had to take over. She took care of the kids.
Others, publishing a children's book in 2023 focused on helping children process loss. After her arrest in 2023, Kouri did not retreat from self-improvement. While incarcerated, she earned her paralegal certificate in 2025. In 2026, she completed her MBA, pursuing education under extraordinarily difficult circumstances. She
I mean, she had nothing better to do. She had a lot of time on her hands.
continues to seek opportunities for further education, demonstrating perseverance and a commitment to grow. Your Honor, this timeline reflects a pattern of responsibility, resilience, and continued effort to better herself, even in the most challenging moments of her life. I would like to illustrate Kouri's character through her actions and the way she lived her life, particularly as a wife, mother, and member of her community.
I'm sorry, the mom did not write this. This was written by ChatGPT. The mother did not write this at all.
Kouri was deeply devoted to her family. She was a committed wife to Eric and a hands-on present mother to their 3 sons. Their marriage was built on partnership and mutual support. Kouri consistently supported Eric in his career, hobbies, and interests, including his involvement in sports and coaching. She encouraged his passions and stood by him throughout their life together. In return, Eric expressed his commitment to caring for his wife and children, and their shared priorities were apparent in the way they lived and parented. As parents, Kouri and Eric focused on raising kind, engaged, and active children. Kouri was closely involved in her son's education, sports, and activities. She volunteered weekly at their school, coached youth soccer and basketball, served as a scout leader, and was present at practices, games, and events. Her time, energy, and focus were always directed toward her children's well-being and development. Beyond her immediate family, Kouri consistently showed compassion for others. She was active in community service and believed strongly in teaching her children empathy through example. Together, they volunteered at food banks, participated in flood relief by filling sandbags for elderly residents, baked cookies for firefighters during fire season, and assembled care packages for families and individuals in need.
Were the cookies half frozen too? Did she threaten to kill their lizards if they didn't eat her cookies? Oh, God.
She also helped ensure that children in the community had proper winter clothes by donating nearly 100 pairs of snow boots to a local elementary school. During the holidays, Kouri made extraordinary efforts to help others, purchasing, wrapping, and delivering hundreds of gifts to families who were struggling. She also demonstrated thoughtfulness in her extended work family by assembling personalized gift boxes and organizing holiday gatherings to bring people together. In 2023, following her husband's death, Kouri published a children's book designed to help grieving children process loss. She donated hundreds of copies to children who had lost a parent and visited schools to reach to students dealing with grief. Although the book achieved some commercial success, her intention was not profit. It was to help children feel less alone during one of the
I don't believe that. She was hoping to make like $100,000 within the first year, okay? She only cared about money. Murdoch just popped up at your feet? Yeah, dude. If you're like a Colleton County taxpayer, you are pissed. You are pissed at Courthouse Becky.
most difficult experiences a child can face. Kouri has always viewed her greatest accomplishment as her family, her husband, her children, and the home they built together. Her loyalty to her family is unwavering. As an aunt, she has been a consistent and loving presence in her nieces' and nephews' lives, providing child care support, attending milestones and school events, and assisting her siblings whenever they needed her. She has been the person who organizes family gatherings, holidays, and shared tradition, keeping the family connected. Faith has also played an important role in Kouri's life. She and her children regularly attended church and participated in faith-based community activities, reinforcing values of service, compassion, and responsibility. Your Honor, these are not isolated gestures. They reflect a long-standing pattern of generosity, responsibility, and care for others. Kouri's life before this case was defined by service to her family and community, and by her commitment to raising her children to be compassionate and engaged members of society. From a young age, Kouri demonstrated responsibility and a strong work ethic. While still in high school, she worked nights, weekends, and holidays to help support her aunt's business, using her earnings to pay her own way through college. That sense of responsibility never diminished. She continued to support extended family members whenever they needed help. Only 3 weeks after losing her husband, Kouri faced another profound loss with the death of her uncle. Even while grieving deeply herself, she stepped forward to help her aunt by taking on the responsibility of planning the funeral. This pattern, putting others' needs ahead of her own pain, has been consistent throughout her life.
I wonder if that uncle had a life insurance policy that Kouri was trying to worm her way into.
Kouri has always believed that no one should have to navigate grief or hardship alone. Kouri and I share an exceptionally close relationship as mother and daughter. She has stood beside me during some of the most difficult moments of my life, including surgeries and radiation treatments, providing care, support, and comfort without hesitation. Our relationship is built on mutual reliance, trust, and love. I, in turn, have played an active role in her family's life, helping care for Eric, the boys, and Kouri, and being deeply involved in their daily lives. Kouri also shares a strong bond with her brother. Though close in age, and like many siblings growing up, it was the loss of their father shortly after high school that solidified their understanding of the importance of family. Since then, the relationship has only grown stronger. They have supported each other through life's milestones, challenges, and joys. As a mother, Kouri has always made sure her children felt surrounded by family. She intentionally included her brother in holidays, family gatherings, and everyday moments, reinforcing the value of connection and belonging. She welcomed her brother's wife into the family from the very beginning, making a deliberate effort to ensure she felt included and supported. She has constantly offered help with family milestones, celebrations, and responsibilities, always striving to ease stress for others. Kouri takes pride in maintaining a close-knit family. She believes that shared time, whether during holidays, sporting events, small gatherings, or simply simple evenings together, is essential. Creating those moments of connection has always mattered deeply to her, and she has worked intentionally to keep her family united.
How did she read this without laughing and or vomiting? I don't know. Maybe she's shitting her pants right now. You have the same Slipknot shirt? Oh, nice. I went to the vintage store to buy this, and he was like, yeah, it's like 20 years old. I'm like, no, sir, there's like a year that's on here, and it says he's only like 8 years old or something. So I was like trying to haggle for it.
Kouri played an important and deeply integrated role within the Richins family, particularly during times of hardship. When Eric's mother passed away in Hawaii, Kouri provided steady emotional support to the entire family and assisted in organizing funeral arrangements, stepping in wherever help was needed during a very painful period.
But you know what Kouri also did with Eric's mother's death? Kouri went to Eric's father and said, hey, you know what? Eric died of the same thing as his mother. Fungal infection in the lungs?
Her commitment to Eric's family was genuine and enduring.
Cool.
At one point, Eric's mother expressed that Kouri was not simply her daughter-in-law, but her daughter, a reflection of the closeness and trust Kouri had earned within the family. Kouri and Eric prioritized time with extended family, creating meaningful memories together, including regular visits to St. George, Utah, to spend time with Eric's grandmother. When one of Eric's sisters faced unemployment, Kouri helped her secure work at the hospital where she herself was employed. She also routinely provided childcare for her sister-in-law's children, allowing them time together as a couple. Her involvement went beyond logistical help. She always participated in family milestones, including serving in a bridal party and assisting with wedding planning for another of Eric's sisters. During a particularly difficult period in that sister's life, Kouri accompanied her to a self-help retreat, offering both emotional support and companionship. Within the Richins family, Kouri often served as a source of calm.
Self-help retreat? I wonder if Clinton was like, which one are they talking about?
Connection. She consistently worked to ease tensions, provide comfort, and maintain relationships during challenging moments. Her efforts contribute significantly to the overall well-being of the family. Kouri's compassion extended well beyond her immediate and extended family. She opened her home to the parents of a friend whose house had been damaged, offering them a safe place during a difficult time. When another friend's parents lacked firewood, their sole source of heat during the winter, Kouri arranged for a truckload of wood to ensure they stayed warm. She maintained close, supportive friendships, particularly participated fully in friends' major life events, and was actively involved in the lives of their children. As a neighbor, Kouri was equally attentive and caring. Her home was offering a gathering place for neighborhood children, and she routinely prepared meals for parents working late or offered help to neighbors facing illness, including one undergoing chemotherapy. Her generosity was never performative. It was quiet, consistent, and motivated by genuine concern for others.
No, everything about Kouri is performative, dude. Oh my gosh. It's just so hard to think that she's a genuine person in any sort of way.
Kouri is not a perfect person, but she is an authentic one. Her life has been marked by steady acts of kindness, loyalty, and service toward her family, her friends, and her community. She has always found purpose in easing the burden of others and helping people through difficult moments. Following Kouri's separation from her children, they were placed in a living situation that differed from what they expressed as their preference, despite having strong and meaningful bonds with extended family who had long played an active role in helping raise them. As young children, they had little control over these decisions, which added to their sense of uncertainty and loss. Kouri's sons are now facing significant emotional challenges in their day-to-day lives. They are processing grief, separation, and repeated changes, all at an age when stability is critical. Like their mother, Kouri's eldest son is especially sensitive and expressive, and he has struggled deeply with these transitions. All three boys are currently receiving counseling, which has been essential in helping them cope. Kouri has consistently supported therapeutic intervention and has emphasized the importance of counseling not only for each child individually, but for the family as a whole. In particular, she has advocated for additional individual support for her eldest child, recognizing his specific emotional needs. The circumstances surrounding their separation and the rules governing communications have made it difficult for Kouri and her children to openly share their feelings with one another. This limitation has taken an emotional toll on both the boys and their mother. Important thoughts, reassurances, and emotions often remain unspoken, creating additional stress and sadness. As a mother, Kouri experiences deep anguish over her inability to comfort her children as she once did. She worries constantly about their emotional well-being and struggles with the pain of knowing they are hurting while being unable to fully support them. Her concern for her sons remains constant and unwavering. Kouri has endured profound emotional and personal suffering since the loss of her husband. She is grieving the absence of the man she loved and built a life with, while navigating separation from her children and family under intense public scrutiny. The weight of these losses is immense, and it has affected not only Kouri, but her entire family, her mother, her children, and those who love her. Despite being incarcerated, Kouri has continued to demonstrate resilience and personal
Oh, are we pretending to have tears now? Okay, we're eking something out of those eyes.
responsibility. Within the confines of jail, she has dedicated herself to education and self-improvement, using her time to study and work toward meaningful goals. These efforts reflect her character and her desire to grow, contribute, and remain a constructive presence, even under extremely difficult circumstances. Like many marriages, Kouri and Eric faced challenges. When difficulties arose, they chose to address them responsibly by seeking marriage counseling rather than turning away from one another. Those efforts strengthened their relationship. By all accounts, from those closest to them, they were in a period of renewed connection and commitment, focused on their family and their future together. Your Honor, I stand before you as Kouri's mother. I love my daughter. I have known her for her entire life, not just through this case. I cannot speak to every aspect of what the court has considered, but I can speak to who she is as a human being.
Oh, that's so good. I'm being a little pedantic, but did she say I stand before you, Your Honor?
Family and their future together. Your Honor, I stand before you as Kouri's mother.
You literally don't. You're not even in the same fucking room. You're not even reading this. I'm sorry. I'm just being a little nitpicky.
I love my daughter. I have known her for her entire life, not just through this case. I cannot speak to every aspect of what the court has considered, but I can speak to who she
Oh, Lisa is there. Yeah, you sitting all the way back there. Yeah. I stand before you, Your Honor. No, man, I'm sitting in the back seat over there.
is as a human being.
Your Honor, I sit in the way back of the courtroom because, I'm probably too ashamed to really defend my daughter in front of everyone else.
As a mother and as a member of her family. I do not believe that Kouri did this, nor do I believe Kouri could possibly be capable of this crime. I can't validate
Gene Richins is shaking his head. Gene, I am there with you. I agree with you.
what she did financially one way or another, and that's something Kouri will have to live with. I respectfully ask the court to consider a sentence that holds Kouri accountable for the jury's verdict while still allowing for the possibility of mercy and hope. A sentence without the opportunity for parole would permanently separate her from her children and leave no room for redemption.
Yeah.
Kouri's life has meaning, especially to her 3 sons and her family, and I respectfully ask that the sentence reflect not only accountability, but also potential for rehabilitation and profound long-term impact on innocent children. Your Honor, I ask from a mother's heart that Kouri be given a sentence that allows the possibility of a future, one in which she can continue to grow and one day be a positive presence in life and her children's lives again. I firmly believe the jury reached an incorrect conclusion and that this outcome represents a profound injustice driven by personal bias. I do not believe
The jury had personal bias, too?
Kouri is capable of committing murder. No one understands her loves her children as deeply as their mother does. Thank you for listening, Your Honor. I love you, Kouri, Carter, Ashton, and Weston. Her story does not end with this sentence. It is the strength of her comeback that will define it.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis.
You know what? That was actually pretty good, but that speech lives in a completely different reality than what we're in right now. That's like, I don't know, we're like in like a totally different universe with that one.
Your Honor, at this time we would
If
ask.
the things about Kouri were true, then yeah, that's a great speech. But as we've seen and heard from the trial, from Kouri's own actions, and even what her children wrote about her, that speech is in a different reality. One is not consistent with ours.
Renee Odom, she is going to read her own letter. Should we ask that she approach the podium, and I will provide it to the court and the prosecution as well.
Of course. Renee, good morning.
All right, I'm going to use the restroom really quick. Get up and stretch. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Good timing too, because Shiro had to. He was very thirsty. Very thirsty boy. Shiro needed his water break. All right. What do we have here?
One moment.
Who is this?
Thank you. Renee, please proceed.
My name is Renee Odom, and I am here today as the sister of Kouri Richins. I want to begin by saying nothing I shared
Here as a sister of Kouri Richins. Okay.
today is meant to
But not Corey's sister.
excuse or lessen the seriousness of what has brought us here. Eric's life was taken, and that loss is permanent. I want to acknowledge Eric by name and say that I loved him. He was kind to me. He was a part of my life, a part of my children's life, and a part of my family. He matters deeply, and he is missed. This tragedy has devastated our family, and its deepest impact continues to fall on Kouri's 3 boys. For more than 3 years now, they have been unable to see or speak with their mother. They have lost their father, and at the same time, they have lost access to their mom. Even in separation, Kouri has never stopped being their mother. She writes to her boys every single week. She reaches out every birthday, every holiday, holding on to that connection with everything she has and reminding them that they are loved. Kouri is my baby sister, and she has been an integral part of my life and the lives of my children. She has shown up for our family in ways that are impossible to count. I was there at her graduation from high school. I was there for the wedding of Kouri and Eric, moments filled with love, hope, and dreams for the future. She was there for my wedding and the birth of my son. She was there for me when I graduated college. She stood beside me at the baptism of both of my daughters. She poured her heart into giving my oldest daughter a beautiful sweet 16. These were not obligations to her. This is who she is. Kouri has always been the glue that held our family together. She hosts every Christmas.
So Kouri is crying now when people. So the tears come out when people are talking about her. Got it. Got it.
She planned every
I don't know. This might be narcissism at its finest. Oh no, I think this is her sister-in-law. Yeah, Renee, because I knew the name sounded familiar. Yeah, I think Renee's married to one of her brothers.
family vacation and made sure that no one ever felt forgotten or left behind. She believes deeply in helping others, and she has lived with this belief throughout her life. Even from behind bars, Kouri has continued to help people, offering support and encouragement and kindness any way she can. That desire to be of service has never left her. Kouri is a great sister, an awesome aunt, an amazing daughter, and she will always be a devoted mother. She is also the smartest person I know. Kouri has earned 2 master's degrees and is applying to a PhD program. Growth and learning and
Well, you need to expand the people that you know, then.
becoming better for herself and others have always mattered to her. Most of all, she loved her husband and her children with everything that she was. I continue to struggle to reconcile this tragedy with the loving sister and the mother I've always known. I understand and respect the court's responsibility to impose a just.
So no tears came out when they talked about Eric? No tears came out when the children spoke out? None at all? Because remember, they're pushing that, oh, Eric died on his own. Kouri didn't murder him. How come Kouri has no feelings whatsoever? That's crazy that she's only crying when people are talking about her.
And lawful sentence. I am not here to challenge the verdict or to minimize the harm that has occurred. I only ask that the court see the full human picture, the pain, the accountability, the lifelong consequences that are already being carried. Please leave room for hope of a life with her boys. The impact of this tragedy will remain with Kouri and her children for the rest of their lives. Our family deeply feels the absence of her presence and that of her boys, her guidance and her love. I love you, Kouri, and I will always stand by you. Thank you, Your Honor, for letting me speak and considering my words.
Your Honor, at this time, I'm going to read a letter from Kouri Richins.
That what makes you cry?
Your Honor, at this time, we'd like to read a brief letter from Kouri Richins. That is Kouri's sister-in-law, who also worked with her at her real estate business. I know Your Honor heard some testimony about that. She has a newborn baby, so she can't be here. Your Honor, I was introduced to the Richins family around 8 years ago, excuse me, and was able to have been around Kouri, Eric, and the boys since the youngest was 1. I spent many days,
Maybe I'm getting Bree and Renee mixed up.
weekends, holidays, birthdays, barbecues, etc. with them all, and was able to learn so much about the family dynamic and the love they had for one another. No, their family wasn't perfect. No one's is. But those boys were loved beyond belief by both parents. Kouri and Eric did everything for the boys, to protect them, to teach them, to encourage them, to show them love, and mostly to show them two loving parents. My heart goes out to the three boys, as they do not deserve to be going through all this, as well as they do not deserve to be alienated from one side of their family. I miss them dearly every day. To know Kouri is to know the love she has in her heart. Kouri is one of the most selfless and caring people I know. She lived for those boys and lived to be the best wife she could be. Yes, she made mistakes in her marriage, as we know. So did Eric. But at the end of the day, they chose each other and their family.
So did Eric. All right, let's throw the victim under the bus too.
As a loving mother, exceptional caretaker, and benevolent humanitarian, Kouri was truly a devoted volunteer. She never stood still when she knew she could help another, embodying the definition of true character. From the moment this sudden, unexplainable tragedy occurred, there has been a distaste for Kouri for personal reasons rather than factual reasons. From allegations made by individuals she regarded as family, to authorities not conducting a systemically correct investigation and then not being given a suitable, unbiased finale. The conclusion of this case seemed inevitable. Although I'm not here to argue the verdict, I am here to help provide perspective on views you are unable to hear about. Kouri is a mother, a sister, a daughter, an aunt, widow, and at the end of the day, an imperfect person striving for grace. She is someone whom the community trusted, neighbors enjoyed, and her boys counted on as a supporter.
And you know who else trusted her? Eric.
I respectfully ask that the court consider the totality of her character and her full life history when making a determination. Your Honor, the next individual that spoke is Kouri's aunt. This is Lisa's sister. Her name is Doreen Kouri.
Doreen?
Your Honor, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I have spent many sleepless nights trying to find the right words for this moment because it is heartbreaking.
I'm sorry, but I think it speaks volumes when most of these people don't want to go up there and speak directly to the judge and talk about Kouri.
To stand here and speak about someone I care deeply about in a courtroom like this. I believe in you, Kouri, and I'm very proud to be.
Like, Bree, I can understand, you know, if you're pregnant, like, you know, you got a lot of stuff that you're dealing with right now. But, like, everyone else, like, come on now. Oh, this is a... I didn't mean to pause on this.
Your aunt. I stand before the court not to minimize the seriousness of this case, but to speak about the person I've known outside of these proceedings. The woman I know is not the monster these proceedings may have made her appear to be. When I think about her, I do not think about charges, headlines, or verdicts. I think about the mother I watched love her children with every part of herself. I think about the woman who worked hard to build a better life through education, determination, and sacrifice. I think about someone who wanted more not only for herself, but for her children and the people she loved. Her children were never just part of her life. They were her entire world. I watched her celebrate their accomplishments, comfort them in difficult times, and carry the weight of motherhood every single day. She loved fiercely, deeply, and unconditionally. Eric and those boys were her life. Both Eric and Kouri were very loving and attentive parents. They were solid, they loved hard, and they played hard. I also watched her work tirelessly to educate herself and create stability for her family. She pushed herself because she believed in building a meaningful future. She was proud of what she accomplished, but even more proud of being a mother. This conviction does not erase the years of humanity, goodness, and compassion that existed before this moment. I know there are people who may only see the charge or the verdict, but I ask the court to remember a person is more than the worst moment of their life, or in this case, more than a verdict that many of us still struggle to understand and accept. The woman I know is compassionate, intelligent, nurturing, and deeply human. I do not believe she's cruel or beyond redemption. I believe there's still goodness in her, and I know there are many others who believe that too. Whatever sentence is imposed today will not only affect her, it will echo through the lives of her children, her family, and everyone who loves her for years to come. Her children still need their mother's guidance, love, voice, and presence in whatever way they can still have it. I understand the weight of the court's responsibility, and I speak with respect for these proceedings. I only ask that when sentencing is considered, the court remembers the whole person standing before you today. Not only this moment, but the years she spent loving, learning, sacrificing, and being devoted mother. I love you, Kouri, and I love those precious boys. I ask for mercy, I ask for compassion, and I ask that the court see the humanity in her so that so many of us have seen for years. All right, the next one is an individual that did not want their name read in the public.
This person doesn't even want their name associated with Kouri.
So I'm going to provide it to the court and the prosecution only. This is a close friend of the family.
A close friend.
To the Honorable Judge Mrazek, I'm writing to respectfully share my personal relationship and observations with the Richins family and 3 young boys, and to ask that you consider sentencing Kouri to 25 years to life rather than life without the possibility of parole. From 2017 to 2019, I had the privilege of working as a babysitter for Kouri and Eric's 3 children. I was able to view this family at a time when things in life were good for them.
The youngest, Weston, was still in diapers, and we worked on potty training together. What struck me most during that time was the stable, loving, and orderly home the three boys had to grow up in. Kouri was a young mother, close in age to two of my own children, and she'd established a true house of order. The home was beautifully decorated. I particularly remember the bright fall decor. The walls were lined with photos of the boys at different ages, and they had a wonderful playroom over the garage. The family worked together, played hard together, and clearly loved one another. I recognized the effort and pride in caring for her family. When she was out of town one week, she left detailed meal plans for me to use the crock pot, so Eric could come home each night to dinner with the boys. Those meals were so good that I replicated them for my own family. I was so impressed by her age progression photo display in the hallway that I had canvases made of my own grandchildren in a similar fashion. I even copied some of her simple but festive fall decorations and bought similar cowboy kid toys for my grandchildren after seeing how much her boys enjoyed them. Kouri's positive influence extended beyond her own family. I brought many of her ideas home with me. I do not wish to minimize the tragedy of this case. I watched the funeral online and was heartbroken, especially hearing young Carter say he would now be the
She watched the funeral online.
man of the house. I believe Kouri deeply cares for her children, and I have to believe they love her as well. 3 boys' lives will be forever affected by the court's decision. I believe in the possibility of rehabilitation and the value of preserving hope. I respectfully ask that you not eliminate the chance that one day these 3 sons would be able to make their own choice as to.
You know what's also really sad is that any negative feelings that the children feel towards Kouri is just going to be discounted by Kouri. And Kouri's just going to say, oh, well, the Richins family put this in your head. She'll never acknowledge their pain.
Whether or not to have a relationship with her mother. Kouri is not a threat to society. Please give her the opportunity to serve her sentence.
Did you not see what Kouri said? How she was going to go after people?
With the possibility of someday returning to her family. Thank you for your time and considering my perspective. Your Honor, the next individual that's going to be addressing the court is going to do it himself, and that is Mr. Greg Hall, and he's here to read his statement to the court.
Mr. Greg is here in person. Come on up, Mr. Greg. Who's Mr. Greg?
Sir, please proceed.
Good morning.
Kouri only cries if it's about her.
Good morning, Your Honor. Before I say anything else, I want to express my deepest sympathy and most sincere condolences to the Richins and Darden's families. Nothing I say today is meant to diminish the weight of what has brought us into this courtroom today. My name is Greg Hall. I have known Kouri for over 7 years, both personally and professionally. And we have
Oh, is he one of the dudes that lent her money?
stayed in daily contact by phone, text, and in-person visits throughout her entire incarceration here in Suffolk County. I'm here today to share with you what I have witnessed firsthand about the person I know. In the years before Kouri was incarcerated, she made a habit of looking for people who were struggling. She not only volunteered for many years at children's schools and donated, but you heard about the 100 pairs of snow boots, but she also did follow up to make sure that those children had clothes. She has volunteered at the soup kitchen for years and brought her boys along with her because she wanted them to teach them about service and kindness to others. When Kouri found out a neighbor had been diagnosed with cancer, she anonymously arranged for a massage therapist to visit her. When my own wife was in an auto accident, a care package showed up at our home. If a family was having a difficult time purchasing a home, she would offer to take little or no commission in order to help
Who the heck is this? I don't know. Maybe they went to the same church or something.
them. Please know that none of these things were ever done for recognition. They were done because all she ever wanted to do was good. Your Honor, what I would like the court to understand the most is that the goodness and kindness toward other people that defined Kouri before her arrest has not gone away since being incarcerated. When new inmates arrive frightened and disorientated, Kouri is the first to step in. She helps them get their footing in an environment that is unfamiliar and frightening to them. She's also tutored other inmates working to further their education. She has helped women who cannot read or write navigate through the system and draft letters to their family on the outside.
Oh yeah, I'm surprised that Chelsea Barney's not here. I mean, she's probably like, you know what, I did the trial, I'm over, I said my piece, right? But man, there's also the best friend that she stole the life savings from.
When women in her unit receive bed,
Is this Lotto? Oh, I have no idea. There was someone named Lotto that I initially thought was the person Kouri was having an affair with.
news from home, she is the first to sit with them and comfort them. She has used her time inside to study, and she takes her studies very seriously. She has earned multiple degrees, including a master's degree since being incarcerated, because she wants to be of use to other incarcerated women who struggle with literacy, with their legal paperwork, and with the simple daily reality of being inside. She enjoys studying religion and ethics and the practice.
Isn't this the guy who was on 2020 Dateline in 48 Hours? He was her flipping partner. I don't recognize him, but I don't think he really has a face that's like memorable. So maybe, I don't know.
Application they have in our lives. She attends weekly church services and has helped to create new programs within the jail that other inmates now rely on. She studies late into the night, every night. She prays for her boys and for her family every day. She also prays for others in need. She writes to her sons, though her letters are returned to her unopened. She has not stopped trying to contact them, to express her love for them. Your Honor, the Kouri that I talk with each day is still filled with kindness, with goodness. Even to this day, as we speak to one another, she continues to ask and care about how people on the outside are doing. My family, her family, people we mutually know, before ever talking about herself. I'm not here to argue with the verdict of this court. I'm here to tell you that the person I have known for over 7 years is still there, still trying, still useful to people around her in the small ways available to her to continue to be of service and provide acts of kindness. I only ask that the court please take this into consideration today. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Greg Hall, right?
Your Honor, the next two letters are
Greg Skordas was the one that I think was on Dateline NBC. That was like the family talking mouth.
from individuals who are investors with Ms. Richins in her real
The
estate
investors? Oh, jeez.
business. Both of these individuals did experience losses of money. So although they may not be victims in this case, they, I guess, are technically victims in the case that is pending. So I think their perspective is important. The first one, for some reason, I only have one copy. I'm going to give just a moment for Mr. Bloodworth to read it. Then I'll read it, then I'll hand it to the court.
Thank you.
Okay, Greg Hall. I found an article. Greg Hall was her friend and marketing director. He says the reason for Kouri's success was that she had something that a lot of people don't. Do you still feel that way? A lot of times you find an individual that is intelligent but no common sense, or common sense and no intelligence. She had both. She was a brilliant young lady. Okay. I'm sorry. That's just one of her sims then. If that's what you still think, something wrong with you.
You need to impose on Kouri Richins. I implore you to impose the lowest sentence possible, including the possibility for parole. Due to the defense resting in this case, you and the jury only heard everything negative that could possibly be said about her from the prosecution, their witnesses, and the media. There was always another side of her that was not presented. As one of the investors in some of Kouri Richins' properties, she never asked that we invest. We always asked her after seeing the quality of the work done. She had a real estate license.
Because they probably didn't know what the fuck they were doing. I don't know, man. Like,
Got a general contractor's license. Yes, we made money on some of the properties, and yes, we lost money on the legacy property due to her arrest. She made sure we were aware that we could lose our investments. During the time we did spend with her, we found her to be honest, caring, super smart, and constantly talking about her love of Eric and her children. She adores those boys and was involved in all aspects of their lives and very proud of all of them. I understand she's used the time in jail to obtain a second master's degree. I honestly believe that even spending time in prison, that she could still be a valuable and contributing member of society and hopefully one day have a relationship with her boys. I do totally understand how difficult it is to have someone's life in your hands, as I felt that weight as an Air Force flight nurse in Iraq many times, caring for our wounded warriors. We all need to have hope. Please do not take that from her, as she has already lost so much. And I'm not going to reveal the name in public.
Thank you.
oh, they don't want their name to be revealed.
The second one is also an investor, Your Honor, that did lose a significant amount of money. So some type of victim status here. Honorable Richard Nozick, thank you, Your Honor, for the opportunity to address the court at this sentencing hearing. Actually, okay, I do have a picture of that one. Thank you for the opportunity to address the court at this sentencing hearing for Kouri Richins. May I first say that I was so impressed with your professionalism and demeanor during the trial. It appeared to me that you were very thoughtful in trying to judge fairly during the court proceedings. I would like to speak on my real estate experience with Kouri over the 3 years that I invested in 10 or more fix and flip home transactions. My wife, my son, and I were so
Please, judge, set her free so we can get our money back.
impressed with Kouri and the great job she did in finding and remodeling the homes that we invested in. She worked hard in making those properties look beautiful after they were remodeled, and we all made money from them. We could not have been more proud of Kouri and happy for her and her family. Knowing from her brother Ronnie that she'd lost her father at a younger age, I told her once in a text message that I was unofficially adopting her as my daughter. She was a great mom for her boys, and she and Eric were so involved in their lives. What has happened since has been a tragedy for all the families involved. I never met Eric, but knew that he and his workers helped with some of the stonework on the remodels. Kouri and Eric helped stage a house that my son and I remodeled that Kouri found for us in Ogden. She listed it and had it sold in 3 days. Those were good times when the market was great for doing fix and flips, and we all benefited from it. Unfortunately, about the time of Eric's passing, the market changed and interest rates skyrocketed. Those who had house remodel properties suddenly found the buyer's market dried up and houses were not selling. We lost money as well as many of our friends in the real estate business. In watching some of the proceeding on court TV, I personally did not think that the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Kouri was guilty and responsible for Eric's death. I was surprised at the jury's verdict because it left doubt in my mind based on the testimonies given. Kouri has lost everything: her husband, her 3 young boys, friends, family, and her home. May I appeal to the court that her sentencing may grant her the possibility of parole at some future time. Thank you for your kind consideration. And also this name we are not reading out.
Also unnamed. Got it. You don't even want to attach your name to Kouri Richins. Got it.
We also have several very short statements from people who have worked with Ms. Richins in the jail. These are volunteers that give their time to try to better themselves and better their lives. This first one is Katie Fish. Dear Judge Mrazek, I'm writing to you today on behalf of Ms. Kouri Richins. I have known Kouri over the last 2 years within the context of the educational programs for the Summit County Justice Center. I facilitated art class as a representative of Mountain Life Church. In that art class, Kouri has carried herself with ease and warm regard to the other inmates and those of us present as facilitators. While she's shown care for the other inmates, she has also been very respectful to those of us facilitating. Even when she had been carrying challenging emotions, she's conducted herself with respect and grace. I understand that my interactions have been limited and have been laced with an expectation of certain polite behavior, but it is also not just a given that inmates will uphold that same respect and decorum. She has chosen to present with ease, care, and grace. From the brief conversations we've had about her life, I do believe she is a different person from who she was before being there. I hope and pray that her heart continues to be led toward faith and transformation. Thank you for your time. The next individual is another volunteer who teaches the class of biblical truth at the jail. This individual is named Eric Aper. My name is Eric Marty Aper. Through Mountain Life Church in Park City, I've been a volunteer at the Summit County Jail for 8 years, helping to teach biblical truth to those incarcerated there and leading church services on Sunday afternoons. Kouri Richins has been a regular attendee of these services since May of 2023, the start of her incarceration, and has shown an amazing...
I mean, she ain't got anything better to do. Doesn't surprise me that she's gotten her second degree, that she's attending all these church services.
Amazingly consistent and upbeat, positive attitude. Kouri contributes in the church service discussions. She frequently comes alongside other inmates and encourages them to attend church as well. Not only does she encourage church attendance, she also carries the applicable issues that we discuss back to the pod where she resides, looking to find the peace and love of Jesus Christ in difficult situations where the inmates live. I have witnessed her kindness in talking with and encouraging fellow inmates that they can succeed in drug treatment programs, complete education programs, and work to overcome frustrations that come with poor decisions that end up with incarceration. Please call me with any questions or let me know what I can do to help with regards to Kouri Richins. And then the last one is also, I believe, a pastor that leads church services. Nope, I think I might pull that out. Yeah, I do. I don't think I have that one, so I may need, thank you. This next one.
I wonder if anyone's ever changed their mind to give a victim impact statement after hearing what other people said. So, for example, if you were to hear what Kouri's kids say about her and then her making all those facial reactions, I wonder if they're like, if they, you know, people can change their mind, be like, oh, you know what, never mind, I don't want to give my victim impact statement anymore.
And then is from Craig Moline, who's one of the pastors as well.
Well, she says she's going to give the names to the judge and then someone's going to verify it or something like that. I don't know. But like, I don't know, like these people, it's like no name attached. Okay. All right. Very interesting. And most of these people don't even want to go in front of the court.
Can you read that?
There's a dog here on here.
To the Honorable Richard Mrazek. Your Honor, I'm one of 4 people privileged to rotate in on Sunday afternoons for Mountain Life Church to lead church services with inmates at Summit County Jail. On any typical Sunday, we will pray with inmates, sing a couple of songs, no matter how bad it may sound, read a psalm and discuss it, and then teach on a subject from Scripture. For 3 years now, Kouri Richins has been in attendance to those services. We've seen her be hospitable to other inmates, inviting them to services. She's participated in discussions, and we've seen her as a help to other inmates. At the beginning, we gave her a study Bible that helps give life application hints along with an explanation of the text. I smiled recently when I saw her Bible sitting in front of her, and I observed it doesn't look new anymore. It looks like a well-read book. In our teaching and discussions, we have talked about being intentional, about posturing our hearts before sovereign God, and coming to Him with humility with our prayers. We talk about what it means to have a personal and intimate relationship with God through Jesus. She has acknowledged her faith in Jesus and acknowledged she has felt His peace in rough times, what is often expressed in the Psalms. She has commented, when life around you falls apart, we still have a God to lean into and who reaches down and cares for us and gives us comfort and hope. The Kouri I know will thrive where she is. She will trust in her God for peace, and she will pray.
Cosplaying Shrek. It does look pretty Shrekish.
She will continue to pray for her loved ones, and she will be a positive influence to those around her. Respectfully submitted. And then one last letter from the jail. Oh, yes. This is also a volunteer, an individual named Heidi Tunney. Dear Judge Mrazek, I'm writing to you on behalf of Kouri Richins. I've been working with Kouri over the past 2+ years as a volunteer at the Summit County Correctional Facility. I taught her in the addiction recovery program. I attended church with her on occasion. I worked with her in a yoga program that I started at the facility for the incarcerated men and women too. I found Kouri to be very easy to work with and very enjoyable to be around. She was very thoughtful in her conversations in class. She always showed the utmost gratitude for anything that was done on her behalf. I also noticed that she was a leader among the other incarcerated women. She tended to be a peacemaker and stayed above the fray and away from the pettiness and challenges that sometimes arise among incarcerated women. The women in general respected her and looked to her as a leader. Kouri actually was one of the women that asked me to get a yoga program started for the incarcerated women. She saw a need there and she acted on it. I started and have taught that class for almost 2 years now. Kouri was the most dedicated student. She only missed a couple of times the entire time I taught, and the time she did miss were when she was meeting with attorneys or had court appearances. She has continued to attend even after she was found guilty at her trial. I wish nothing but the best for Kouri. She has a very long road ahead of her. I hope and pray she will continue to use the programs provided to those that are incarcerated to better herself and lead the other women around her. The last letter we have in this section is going to be read by Kouri's brother, Ronnie, who's here to read it himself. And then we're going to have, Mr. Ramos. There it is. Mr. Ramos make a few very brief comments. Then we'll conclude with our final 3, and then we'll close out with Ms. Lewis and Ms. Richins, unless the court needs a break. Is that all right?
No, it might make sense to take a break before Ms. Richins, given what you have previewed regarding timing.
Great suggestion, Your Honor.
Okay.
All right, this is, if Ronnie can come on up.
All right, Ronnie is Kouri's sister or brother. Brother.
Good morning, Honor. I'd like to address the court with actually a personal letter that I bring to Kouri.
Okay.
Little sister, I love you. I miss you. I miss our random banter. I miss our calls. I miss your constantly over-the-top positive attitude every time you speak. I miss our game nights. I miss our stupid finger gun dance after we won a game. I miss our holidays. I miss you sending the boys to wake me up on Christmas morning. Way too early after we've stayed up way too late preparing Christmas for them so that it would be absolute perfect. I miss our Sundays together. I miss arguing with the boys about who's better, Messi or Ronaldo, Brady or Rogers. I miss our backyard games. I miss me and the boys running all over you at sports in the backyard and Eric getting mad because you weren't competitive enough and you were really just out there to have fun and laugh. I miss you constantly luring me into your newest ideas and getting me excited about them. I miss vacationing. I miss family.
I guess finding any little tiny ways to throw Eric under the bus. Eric getting mad because she wasn't competitive enough. Okay.
Volleyball. I miss playing Madden and FIFA with Eric and the boys. I miss your stupid goats. I miss the soccer games and the celebrations we created for the boys after they
Reread the Jailhouse Call transcripts between Kouri and this is Ronnie, right? Ronnie doesn't really sound like the smartest person out there. Not the smartest, sharpest tool in the toolbox.
Sort of goal. I miss Carter's smile and his obsession with dope videos. Ashton's freckles and his competitiveness. And Weston's baby blues and tenderheartedness. I miss hearing them say Wani and playing catch in your living room. I miss your family. I miss our family. I miss the life that was stolen. I miss the life that was stolen from us for reasons that we can't yet fully understand.
What?
We
sure
don't,
about that?
with 100% certainty, know what happened, Eric. No one does, but we do know with 100% certainty that it wasn't caused by you. We know that. The police know it. The prosecution knows it. And everyone watching this trial knows it. They could not prove their theory. Just the opposite.
Who is speaking? This is Kouri's brother, Ronnie, the one that she was trying to get to falsely testify about Eric and drugs in Mexico.
And yet here we are. For some reason, unbeknownst to us, really bad things happen to really good people, Kouri, and you're just really too good of a person, I guess. I promised Dad a long time ago that I'd always look after you, Mom, and I intend on keeping that promise. We'll get through this together, and the injustice that's occurred here in this courtroom, it'll be righted in time. Your innocence will shine too brightly to be contained once you've actually had a fair shot at defending yourself. When the day comes, I just know somehow that you're going to change a lot of lives that really need your help. And until then, little sister, just know. Just know that I'm right by your side. I'll always be right here.
I wonder if they truly believe that she's innocent, or do they just love her so much that they're willing to overlook it and willing to say whatever they can in front of the judge. That way she gets 25 years.
I love you.
Right, thank you.
Oh, he's done? Okay. I wasn't sure how long he was going to go for. That was a very mid speech.
Mr. Reynolds.
Morning, Judge.
The children did better than that. Hey, Mr. Ramos, we missed you. How you been?
Your Honor, I want to maybe begin by speaking just plainly and honestly. I disagree with the jury's verdict. I'm deeply saddened by the way that justice was rendered in this case. I don't believe that this outcome fully reflects the truth or the humanity involved. But our Constitution demands something difficult of all of us, especially of officers of the court. It demands restraint. It demands respect for the process, even when the outcome wounds us. And so, while I disagree with the verdict, I respect the jury's decision. And while I disagree with many of this court's rulings, I respect the lawful authority of this court, of Your Honor. This is because the rule of law only survives if we continue to honor it, even in moments of disappointment and pain. But as a Catholic, there's one authority higher than any courtroom, verdict, or government power, and that is God. I say that as a reminder of humanity and of human limitation. Our system of justice is imperfect because every human is imperfect. I think that humility matters here today. It matters because the sentence of life without parole risks becoming something greater than punishment. It risks becoming the declaration that redemption no longer matters. The late Pope Francis said that life without parole is just a death penalty in disguise because it extinguishes something fundamental to human dignity, and that is hope. Hope to all involved, victims, condemned alike. Refusing to impose a sentence of life without parole today doesn't mean Kouri is going to walk free. It doesn't mean that she will someday leave custody. She may very well spend the rest of her natural life in prison. It also does not mean that her victims who have spoken today, her kids, doesn't mean that they have to forgive her.
Her victims. I'm glad that he acknowledged that.
They may never change their minds. They may never forgive their mother. And also, no court has the authority to demand that they do. But refusing to impose a sentence of life without parole does mean that we do not close the door completely. It means we do not presume to know with absolute certainty what a human life, victim or condemned, may become decades from now. It means that we do not extinguish hope entirely. Time changes people, pain changes people, grief changes people. Even victims and victims' families over years and decades sometimes arrive at places their present suffering could never foresee. Some discover forgiveness, some discover peace, some simply discover that healing and permanent condemnation are not always the same thing. And others don't. A sentence of life without parole assumes none of that human change matters. Not the change in the person condemned, not the change in those harmed. A life without parole sentence freezes every human being, victim and condemned, inside the worst moment of their life and declares that moment permanent. Our Constitution demands more restraint than that, because a real measure of justice is not what we do when mercy is easy. It is whether we preserve humanity when mercy is hardest.
I know.
No sentence
I like the passionate Mr. Ramos. The loud, the passionate.
handed down today will undo suffering. A different verdict wouldn't have reversed tragedy. But there is a profound moral difference between saying you must be punished and saying you are beyond redemption forever. One is justice restrained by humility. The other risks becoming judgment without end. And no human institution possesses the moral certainty to make that judgment absolutely. That lies with God alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramos.
All right, that was Kouri's, one of her defense attorneys.
Your Honor, I told you in the opening statements that we were going to do something a little bit different when we called upon some perspectives of people that don't even know Kouri, but that have been through this horrific journey through no choice of their own. One is from a mother whose son was murdered. Again, we're going to just share her name with only the court and Mr.
Oh, these are the people that went through what the Richins family went through, and then they have forgiven the killers.
The prosecution.
I think there's like 2 or 3 different other cases.
Honorable Judge Richard Mrazek. I'm going to skip the names, including the name of her son. My son was murdered almost 30 years ago in a random act of violence. He was only 18 years old.
A random act of violence, though. Is that different than an act of violence perpetrated by someone that you're supposed to trust, that you're married to, and that they poisoned you? I don't know. Like I said, the circumstance could be completely different. So I think one of the speeches mentioned that they felt regret that they pushed for life with no parole because now they regret that. But I mean, it depends on the person.
The man who killed him was just a few months older.
Okay, I don't know what the hell is happening with the audio.
I know the kind of grief that changes your life. I have felt the despair, darkness, and rage that comes from that loss. I know what it's like to try to rebuild your life with a heart that will never be whole again. And I know what it feels like to believe that the only thing that will ease that pain is inflicting pain on the person responsible for never getting another day with the one you love. I grieve with the family of Eric Richins. I am heartbroken for them, especially his children. And I want to be clear that nothing I'm sharing today about the criminal justice system and its many failings should be taken as any sort of criticism of them and how they feel or act in their grief. But I feel compelled to share my perspective with the court, because I wish I had known what might be on the other side of experiencing the grief of losing my son and trying to navigate the criminal justice process at the same time. And I don't envy the decisions you have to make. I only want to tell you a little of what one broken-hearted mother has learned, and that is that the criminal justice system needs more humanity. It needs more mercy. And I know this because of the man who murdered my son. Sending someone to prison without the possibility of parole should be reserved.
It depends on the context. It depends on the person. It depends on so many different things.
For the very rare, absolutely most heinous cases. Sending someone to prison without the possibility of parole is to decide they are irredeemable, that they are not capable of change, and will never be worthy of our trust again. It is a fate so bleak, I am not sure how anyone survives it, let alone do what my son's killer did. He went into the worst place imaginable and found a way to be a better human being. He spent the first 18 years of his adult life in maximum security. Those who are sentenced to life without the possibility of parole have few opportunities to participate in programs or work because resources are limited, and why would they waste them on someone who's never getting out of prison? The criminal justice system has gotten better and better at punishment. Mercy has almost been extinguished. We're supposed to find a balance. We're supposed to remember that these are human beings, and these decisions will ripple through generations, even strangers. I am afraid with the increasing number of people sentenced to life without even the possibility of parole, we've decided it's easier to throw people away than to try and help them change, or even allow them to try and make amends for their mistakes. Far too often we let our fear and our pain put the focus on punishment with no consideration for mercy. I did that. I wanted the man who killed my son to die. I wanted him to suffer. I didn't care what happened to him as long as he never got out of prison. But as much as I know about pain and loss, I know more about hope and forgiveness, and that's thanks in part to the man who killed my son. He was sent to one of the worst places in the world and became one of the best people I know. Nearly 20 years after my son's death, I received a letter he wrote, expressing his sorrow and his remorse. His apology helped me heal, deepened my forgiveness, and created a bond that continues to bless the lives of many people. I know that every case is different, but I also know the power of hope. I believe in second chances. I believe a life sentence imposes punishment without destroying hope. My personal hope for Kouri is that she does what that individual did, that she finds a way to become a better person no matter what. I thank you for taking the time to read this letter. I know it's a heavy burden to make this decision. I express love and support to those involved and pray we'll all be better to each other. And then I also would have one more, and then we have someone who's going to testify on WebEx. Speak on WebEx, not testify, sorry, speak on WebEx. This is very short, Your Honor. It is from a former prosecutor that imposed these types of punishments.
Okay, so now we have a former prosecutor. I don't know what we went through the depths of. Oh no. How many miles out do we reach to get people to come in and, well, they didn't even come in actually, to have these people put in their statements for Kouri Richins?
Also, I'm keeping his name private.
Also wants their name private. Okay, doesn't want to be here physically, wants their name to be private. Great.
As a matter of fact, I'm going to skip the very first sentence because it would reveal who he is. So I'll just let the court read the first sentence quietly. I was in charge of the prosecution of a young man who committed 2 serious homicides at the Log Haven restaurant. He was prosecuted and found guilty. He was sentenced to 2 consecutive 5-to-life terms. 20 years later, while no longer a prosecutor, I happened to be at the Utah State Prison on government business. I was given a tour of the prison industries unit, and I saw an individual sitting at a large desk in front of a bank of computers. I asked about him and was told that he was the individual who had committed the crimes at Log Haven. I was told he was a model inmate, spoke 5 languages, had 2 master's degrees from Utah State, and was used as a go-between when there was unrest among inmates. He was respected by his fellow inmates. He was indispensable at the industries and had set up the entire computer system to run the unit. Coincidentally, the very next day I was speaking with the son-in-law of the father of one of the victims. He related to me how there had been a complete reconciliation between their family and the killer of their son. They had long ago forgiven him and wondered if I could help getting him paroled. I still had connections in the criminal justice system, and I told them I would try. I subsequently met with him at the prison, and I was equally impressed with how he had turned his life around. We were able to get him an expedited parole hearing. Tragically, he died from suicide a few months later when he was falsely accused of inappropriate access of the state computer system and removed from his position into a secured unit of the prison. This case was a textbook lesson of how rehabilitation can work. He was not the same cocky, druggie that we sent to prison 20 years ago. I saw absolutely no reason why he needed to spend.
Yeah, see, like, I think that circumstances are like completely different, right? So I guess like he was, what did he say? He was a druggie, right? And then he committed those crimes. Yeah, people can change. People are different when they're sober, right? But Kouri, you know, well, aside from her kids saying that she was drunk all the time, she had everything that she needed in life. What struggles was she going through aside from the struggles that she was putting herself in by her own hands with all the money borrowing and not running her business properly? I don't know. These are just different circumstances.
More years in custody. Even his fellow inmates told me they were convinced he had done everything to reform himself and become a valuable member of society. I agreed. Keeping someone incarcerated when they've proven themselves is just plain wrong. Prison sentences without possibility of parole create the same issue. I believe it should be reserved for the most violent.
Is Kouri going to go boon mode? Maybe she'll pivot her speech a little bit based on what she's heard so far.
Violent and dangerous of individuals. Thank you for taking the time to read this. And then Ms. Lewis will introduce the final speaker, and then she'll have her comments, and then we'll take that break.
Who is the person you'd like me to?
Emory Blanchard.
One moment, please. Emory, if you'd please unmute your audio, I'd appreciate it.
Are we able to see her?
Oh, my apologies. Thank you. Emory, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. Ms. Lewis is going to make an introduction, and then you'll be free to make your statement.
Emory Blanchard understands what no one else in this courtroom understands. What the three children of Kouri are going through. When Emory was 12, I believe, she can correct me if I'm off there, her father violently killed her mother while she and her brother were in the next room. He was convicted.
I'm going to put the sound up again because for some reason Miss Lewis is kind of low. So Emory and her father killed their mother when she was young, when she was 12.
And it was, the state was seeking death, but ultimately he, at that time, when the jury couldn't decide unanimously on death, he was sentenced to life with the possibility of parole. And I'm going to let Emory take it from there and see what she wants to say.
Emory, please proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon. I was asked here today to speak about a personal experience. My name is Emory Blanchard. I grew up in Park City, and in 1995, when I was 13, my father murdered my mother, Patty. It was a brutal and premeditated murder, and I was in the house when it happened and witnessed it.
Jeez.
It was a death penalty case, but my father was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole. At the time, I wanted him to go to prison for a long time, and I didn't want to see him again. I was afraid for my life and safety as well. My mother's parents and uncle raised me. We would refuse phone calls from the prison, but my family collected every letter he sent and saved them in boxes, just in case I ever wanted to read them. In a short 4 years, when I was about to turn 18, I decided I wanted to see my dad. I had questions regarding the murder that I needed answered for my own mental health. My amazing grandmother offered to take me to the prison while I was a minor if I wanted to see my dad. I wanted to spare her from having to face the man who killed her daughter, so I waited until I was 18 and could go to the prison on my own. I didn't know if I would be fearful of my father, or perhaps even so angry that I might attack him. None of that happened. The moment I saw him for the first time in over 4 years, he simply hung his head and said to me, "I'm sorry." We both burst into tears and held each other. I felt safe and as whole as possible again in his embrace. Yes, this was the man who killed my wonderful mother, but at that moment I realized he was still my dad, and I still needed him. The next decades were good at times and very hard at times. Many years I visited my dad often in prison. Some years were exceptionally hard for me, and I chose not to see him at all. I experienced a full range of emotions, and all of them were valid. I knew for my own health and peace I had to learn to let go and forgive. No easy task. but this is when I truly mastered empathy and compassion. My father served 25 years until his first parole hearing. I was for parole, but nevertheless, he was denied and given another 5 years. At his age, I knew it was a death sentence, and it was. Just last year, after 30 years of incarceration, he died 4 days shy of his 81st birthday. My second worst nightmare came true, the first being my mom being murdered. I was not able to see him while he was dying. There was no compassionate release. Some may say he deserved that, and maybe he did. I can tell you that no amount of time served ever made this situation right. 20 years, 30 years, and even death. None of it can bring back my mom or repair the immeasurable damage that he caused me and my family. Once 20 years had passed, my grandmother even said to me, "It's been long enough. You want your dad." I wanted my mom, but I did still have a living parent, and I needed him. I don't tell you this story to tell you how to feel, or that I understand how you feel. I'm offering that hearts and feelings can change over the years. To honor my mother, I'm a victim advocate who supports people in domestic violence situations, and I now help people with PTSD heal at my ranch in southern Utah using nature, horses, and farm animals as teachers. I teach compassion for humans and animals alike, and I found a way to turn my pain into purpose. But I will tell you honestly that life is still hard, and losing both of my parents at that young age harmed me greatly and left me with a very sad and lonely heart. No amount of prison time made me feel better, and in the later years, my father's incarceration wore on me severely.
The fact that Kouri was sitting there for about like an hour and a half making those fucking faces, staring down people that were speaking, and for her to have all these people, you know, speak out for her, I don't know. It's basically like her spitting them in the face. I don't know if the defense like prepped her, was like, hey, you need to calm down and chill out, you know, when Amy's up there talking, when Katie's up there talking, keep your cool. Because for her to make all those faces and then now sitting there looking like this, it's just kind of like, it's weird. It's very weird.
What I will leave you with is this. Hold tightly to the good memories of your father, and in time, perhaps your mother too. Cling to your family and siblings for love and support. Please let love reside in your hearts and not hate. I pray for your family and for your peace and healing. And thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Emory, thank you very much.
Thank you, Emory. Your Honor, there is so much more to sentencing a person than punishment. That is why in sentencing someone, the court must consider the totality of the circumstances, the whole person, and who that person is beyond their worst act. In their sentencing memo, the state cited to State versus Holland, which was a death penalty case. The state quoted the court as follows: "The psychological reality is that aggravating circumstances in first-degree murder cases will virtually always outweigh mitigating circumstances." However, what the state left out is what the court said next, which was that the Eighth Amendment doesn't allow the death penalty in every case, and courts must take a long, hard look at the totality of the circumstances, the values of society, and the value of all human life. And though this is not a death penalty case, the same would apply to a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. Ms. Nestor spoke a little bit about what a life without parole sentence looks like. Locked down for 23 hours a day. If we treated our dogs like this, they would be taken away. Yet, this is how the state wants Kouri Richins to be treated. A sentence of life without parole is saved for only the most heinous of crimes. The state wants to place Kouri in that category. They say she is in that category. But this simply is not the type of crime that we typically see get a sentence of life without parole. Currently, there are approximately only 72.
Yeah, I don't know. Do we really need all three attorneys to have their separate arguments? I'm very confused because it feels like they're all addressing the same thing. Typically, it would be like a different attorney will tackle different parts of the sentencing. But it seems like they're all just giving their bits about this. I don't know. I'm very confused.
People in Utah serving this sentence. These include people such as Edward Deli, the co-defendant of Vaughn Taylor, who is currently on death row. They killed 2 women kidnapped 2 young girls and attempted to kill those girls' father by lighting their cabin on fire. I believe that was in Summit County. It includes Daniel Ray Troyer, a serial killer and rapist of women in their 80s. He was convicted of killing 2 women, admitted to a 3rd, and likely killed a 4th. That authorities are aware of. It includes Matthew John Breck, who kidnapped a 10-year-old girl, stabbed her multiple times, severed her spinal cord, and left her dead on her front porch.
Oh my God.
It includes numerous individuals who brutally murdered children, some who murdered police officers. There are only a handful of people serving life without the possibility of parole for killing a spouse. And in all but one of these that I could find, they killed more than just their spouse. They are individuals who killed their spouse and a child, or killed their spouse and someone else in the process. The only one I'm aware of who killed a spouse, and no other individual, is Craig Crawford, who set fire to the home of his estranged husband, leaving him to die in the fire. And then there are individuals serving sentences of 15 to life who committed arguably more heinous acts than what Kouri Richins has been convicted of. Eric Sampson abused his wife for 28 years, ultimately killing her in their St. George home, leaving her dead in their bed. He continues to maintain his innocence, and he's serving 15.
I know, and then having strangers tell you that you should forgive. You know, if they want to forgive, let them do it on their own time.
To life. John Weston Erickson stabbed his wife to death in front of their 2 young children, also injuring his 7-year-old daughter, who attempted to wrestle the knife out of his hand, serving 15 to life.
So Ms. Lewis is making the argument that, hey, the people that are sitting in life without a possibility of parole, these are people that committed way more far serious and heinous acts. And not only did they, you know, kill people, someone that was close to them, but they also involve other people in the life. So, for example, bringing up how a mother was murdered and then, like, I think the daughter too. Serial killers. And she's trying to say that Kouri doesn't equate to any of that.
His wife stabbed his wife to death in their garage while his teenage son tried to stop the attack. These men are all serving 15 to life sentences. There are many more examples.
Well, I mean, I think it could also be argued that Kouri was poisoning Eric while the kids were trying to get in the room and they were unable to.
Murder is the worst of all crimes, but to say that this particular case is the worst of the worst is simply not true. The state chose the evidence they put forth to obtain their conviction, yet they are not satisfied with what was presented in this court and to the jury, and instead they waited until 2 days before the sentencing hearing and publicly filed what can only be described as a character assassination, filled with unsubstantiated...
A character assassination? Let it be known that the character assassination was mostly done by Kouri herself. She assassinated her own character.
...claims from unknown and unsworn sources who will never be cross-examined about these claims. The timing of this filing was no coincidence and left no time for our team to arrange rebuttal witnesses or evidence. Furthermore, it appears that the sentencing memo was not so subtle attempt to get into the public eye evidence they elected to hold back from their case in chief, and then were precluded from presenting when Ms. Richins exercised her Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and submitted the case to the jury without putting on any evidence.
Oh, they're saying that the sentencing memo, that the state is being shady with it.
To allow the state to use this sentencing hearing as a public platform to make new unsworn allegations untested by cross-examination or sufficient investigation would violate Ms. Richins' right to due process and would be contrary to the the Utah Supreme Court's finding in State versus Limesick. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but I have the site if you want it. Which stating that the Due Process Clause of Article 1, Section 7 of the Utah Constitution requires that a sentencing judge act on reasonably reliable and relevant information and exercising discretion in fixing a sentence. The state's memo should be stricken in its entirety and not considered by this court. Not only are the claims made by the state in their sentencing memo unreliable and irrelevant, much of what they argue is either misleading or outright false. I'm not going to go into everything that we take issue with, but I do want to point out a couple of examples.
Point them all out, ma'am.
They state that DCFS supported a finding of emotional and physical abuse by Kouri against her oldest son. What actually happened is that DCFS made an initial finding based solely on reports. This is similar to a probable cause finding that then sends the matter to the juvenile court. The court, however, did not find that Kouri had abused or neglected her children. They found dependent but no fault.
See, I don't know if I can really trust the defense because sometimes they misrepresent things and it's like done so grossly that I'm just like, what the fuck? How did this happen? So she's first addressing that the state made the accusation that DCFS found that Kouri had emotionally abused her eldest son.
In other words, that the children needed intervention, but due to no fault of Kouri Richins, due only to the fact that she had been arrested. They did not even find that she had acted negligently towards her children. The state put forth at length what they believe Kouri's middle son, AR, would have testified to had they been able to call in a rebuttal. Although it is true that Ashton said these things 3 years after the death of his father and after conversations with Eric's family members, this is very different than what he said to law enforcement immediately upon Kouri's arrest a year after Eric's death. At that time, his statements were completely consistent with Kouri's.
Was it consistent with Kouri because he was living with Kouri and he was forced to echo what Kouri told him? Because they're making the accusation that, oh, well, this statement changed 3 years later because he's already been under the influence of Katie and Amy and Clint. But the same could be said and reversed to your client, that the reason why his story was the same as Kouri is because maybe his mother was forcing him to push his fake narrative out, right? I think it could go either way.
That Kouri, had gone to sleep in his room the night his father died. The state argues that Kouri's boys are afraid in part because she still maintains life insurance policies on them. Kouri was of the belief that these policies were no longer in existence since she had not made any payments on them in over 3 years. And in fact, a letter was sent, or an email was sent from Brian Farkelton, who testified, to Ronnie Darden, as Ronnie is the owner of these policies, that this was over a year ago, that the life insurance policies are lapsing. And
wait, why is Ronnie the brother, the owner of these policies? What?
Policies were no longer in existence since she had not made any payments on them in over 3 years. And in fact, a letter was sent, or an email was sent from Brian Farkelton, who testified, to Ronnie Darden, as Ronnie is the owner of these policies, that this was over a year ago, that the life insurance policies are lapsing, and wanted to let them know if they chose to do anything about that, which they did not do anything about that. So we only discovered yesterday, Kouri only discovered yesterday that at least 2 of these policies are still active, as the payments have been automatically taken out of dividends. So in other words, the policies have been paying for themselves. These are policies that Eric and Kouri took out together in 2017. However, now that Kouri knows that these are still active, she will cancel them. Hopefully, in all sincerity, this will be one less thing for those boys to worry about. Kouri never asked her family to report criminal activity or ask for criminal prosecutions against any of the Richins family or against Cody Wright. She never asked family members to file bar complaints. And until yesterday,
Kouri says she'll cancel the policy. I don't know, man. If she did get out, what if she, who knows if she's going to even keep true to her word?
neither Kouri nor anyone from her team had ever heard anything about a dating profile being set up online in the name of a lead detective.
Oh, that's right. There is an accusation that Kouri and her family members made a fake gay dating profile for the lead detective. I was like, what?
Kouri never asked her family to report criminal activity or ask for criminal prosecutions against any of the Richins family or against Cody Wright. She never asked family members to file bar complaints. And until yesterday, neither Kouri nor anyone from her team had ever heard anything about a dating profile being set up online in the name of a lead detective. She did none of these things. And if they were done by others, it was not at her request.
You sure about that? Was it with a
We are asking the court to discount any and all allegations in the sentencing memo that have not been previously raised in court in order to be stricken from the record. The court does have before it reasonable and reliable testimony from individuals who know Kouri or who have unique perspectives on the sentence of life without parole that may assist this court in discerning the appropriate and proportionate punishment in this case. The testimony of these individuals revealed that Kouri is so much more than what she has been portrayed as in this case. Everyone who was around her says she was a wonderful mother, just like Eric was a wonderful father. The state argues that she shows no remorse. Kouri has remorse, and she has regrets.
Ma'am, she was there talking to you while everyone else was doing their victim impact statement, and she was like giggling and making faces. I know you're right there. You can adjust your speech now that you know things came out differently. You sat with her for the first hour and a half.
About many things, and you're going to hear some of those when
Is Kouri going to speak? Yeah, she's going to speak after the break.
she speaks. However, she cannot show remorse over something she did not do. She maintains her innocence and
She can show sadness that Eric died, and she hasn't done that.
has every right
She can show sadness. She can show sadness when her kids wrote their letters
to do so.
instead of rolling your eyes.
Having said that, she speaks. However, she cannot show remorse over something she did not do. She maintains her innocence and has every right to do so. Having said that, however, she stands before this court today convicted of the crimes charged, and she fully understands that. So sentence her on what she was convicted of, not what the prosecution says about her character. As much as they think they know her, they do not. They do not know Kouri Richins. Like Alex said, we are saddened by this case. We are saddened by the verdict. I respect the court system so much. I come from a family of judges and attorneys and was raised with the utmost respect for our justice system. I disagree with the verdict, but I respect it. I have to say, though, in all the years of practicing, which are now quite a few, this is the first time I've had a client convicted that I believe to be innocent.
Can we go through all the times that she showed up for sentencing and see how many times she said that? I don't know. I feel like they always say that. They always say something where it's like, this is the first time. This is the first time. Like, ma'am. I wonder if you use the same line on the other sentencings.
It was much more painful than I anticipated, would have anticipated. Over the last 2 years, our team has got to know Kouri.
I don't know, man. Miss Nestor looks like she's over Kouri, but that maybe it's just me just reading into too much. It looks like she's kind of over it.
Kouri is one of those clients, very few clients, and I've represented thousands of people. Most of them, you don't remember. Many of them,
Damn.
like.
Damn.
Many of them, some of them, you feel are dangerous. But Kouri is different. Kouri, every time she calls, asks how we are. There have been times when I've shared bits of my life with Kouri, particularly having children that lost their father before age 10. We've talked a lot about that and what that does to children in the best of circumstances. I can't imagine had my boys not had me. Because the pain and suffering and the long-term effect that has had on them will never, ever end.
Caused by your client.
But when I share something with Kouri, when I share that someone is ill or that someone is having a problem, sometimes I don't even remember I've said it, and when she calls me, she always asks, how did that turn out? You know, is your family member okay? Before we talk about her. Every time. The state is not only asking for life without the possibility of parole, they're asking for consecutive sentences. The sentences in this matter should run concurrent to one another. Pursuant to the line of cases, Strunk, Golly, and Smith, the sentencing statute favors concurrent sentences. And looking at the totality of the circumstances, imposing consecutive sentence would constitute an abuse of discretion. In State v. Gray, the Utah Court of Appeals cited Golly and Strunk, holding that the Board of Prisons' ability to grant parole is an integrated component of the rehabilitative needs factor that must be balanced with other required factors. Even though the statutory language has been modified since Strunk, Golly, and Smith, the language still applies. And the Supreme Court and the Court of Appeals still looks to that language. The board should still be allowed to function and make the decision regarding the rehabilitative needs of Ms. Richins. Running sentences consecutive to a sentence of life without parole is senseless. And if this court imposes a sentence of 25 to life on the aggravated murder, but runs the other charges consecutive, the effect will be the same. She will likely never get the opportunity for parole.
I don't think that's true. Have you run the initial guideline? It's a genuine question.
Oh, Jesus. You know how when the judge interrupts you like that?
Imposes a sentence of 25 to life on the aggravated murder, but runs the other charges consecutive, the effect will be the same. She will likely never get the opportunity for parole.
I don't think that's true. Have you run the initial guideline? It's a genuine question.
Yes.
I think it only adds.
The guideline on the attempted murder is 192
It only
months
adds 41 months if we run it consecutively.
before she's eligible
Right.
for parole.
If they run it consecutively, he says only 41 months. for the other charges.
But, well, I'm going to come back to that.
Yeah, if
I will.
you're running the guidelines differently, I'd like to know.
I mean, no, I'm not running the guidelines differently, but the sentence is, well, I
I
talked about
understand your
this.
larger point, and I apologize for
That's
interrupting
okay.
you, but if you do have a different running of the guidelines, those forms are not obvious, I'd appreciate it.
Well, I would say a sentence of 25 to life, and then if she serves additional time, does not guarantee parole. And I'm going to talk more about that.
Okay.
And it's almost unheard of for someone to be paroled at their first parole hearing on these serious offenses. And looking at the totality, there are mitigators. Kouri had no criminal history at the time of Eric's death. She was involved in positive ways in her community. She volunteered regularly. She headed up a sub for Santa every year. She was a friend, a daughter, and a mother, and excelled in these roles. She educated herself. She was involved in every aspect of her son's lives. There is no reason to hold her in prison for life. We ask this court to impose a sentence of 25 years to life. When you put aside all of the media, all of the interest, and you look at the crime she is convicted of, this is an appropriate sentence. A sentence of 25 to life is not a sentence that guarantees the release of Kouri Richins. It is not saying that she even should be released. What it is saying is that the decision whether she should be released is a decision for someone else to make on another day. A day that will be, at a minimum, 25 to 30 years in the future. A future that could look very different than today. Although today is not a day for forgiveness, that day may come. A sentence that allows for parole is a sentence that gives a pathway to forgiveness. You heard from Emory Blanchard, the only person in this room that understands what the Richins boys have been through. You heard how the day came when she missed her father. She wanted her father in her life. I know that she came to a place that she hoped to spend one more day outside of the prison walls with her father. And that day didn't come. He was not paroled, and he died in prison. I don't minimize what Kouri's boys are saying today. I understand it's contradictory to what other people are saying regarding Kouri as a mother.
It's contradictory to against what other people are saying. Oh man, imagine having a parent that is really shitty, but everyone else in your life is telling you, no, your parent is not shitty. What do you mean?
I don't know why they're saying these things, but what they think and feel today, they are allowed to think and feel those things. They should be. Their feelings are valid, and it's okay. And I think Kouri will say this too, but she wants her boys to know it's okay.
No, I don't think she
People
feels that way.
change.
Do you not see all the faces that she was making? I disagree. I think Kouri disagrees with you wholeheartedly.
This change. Kouri will change. Those little boys will change. A sentence of 25 to life will not be easy time. It will be hard time. For the first part of that sentence is generally served in maximum security for the first 3 to 4 years. But if the day comes when her children want to see her face to face, a 25 to life sentence will make that easier for them. If they, like Emory, decide someday they want a relationship with her, even one behind the walls of the prison, a 25 to life will make that possible. And a sentence with the possibility of parole, like I said, does not mean she will be paroled. It's very possible she will spend her life in prison. And quite frankly, if her case does not come back on appeal, and she is in prison and she maintains her innocence, parole is highly unlikely. But the Board of Pardons is uniquely qualified to make that decision. That is their job. And it is a particularly important job in the most serious of convictions. They will be the ones looking at a woman who will then be in her 60s or possibly 70s. They will decide if she has been rehabilitated and if she is a danger to the community. These are not decisions that can be made today.
I mean, the judge has a very tough job it's a very tough job. The decision is really tough to make. And 25 years, yeah, people can change a lot in 25 years, especially when they had a lot of time to think about their actions. With Kouri, it's just really tough because there was 2 attempts to kill Eric and she succeeded on the second attempt. It was because she wanted money. It wasn't because, Eric was abusing her and the children, but it's because she wanted money, right? At the end of the day, she was going into the reds, or is it the reds or the blacks when you're like in the negatives? And she just want to do anything she can to sustain that image, you know, that facade that she was rich and affluent and she knew what she was doing in business, right? And not only that, but it's all the actions that she took afterwards. So when she was 2 days after finding out that, you know, the trust was not under her name, she punches Eric's sister, even though the sister just lost Eric 2 days before. Her getting incarcerated and then going after the Richins family, trying to have Eric's father arrested, try to have, you know, the CPS investigation into Eric's sister, and all these accusations that she's thrown about Eric, her husband, the victim. It's just really hard to overlook any of that. But I mean, I do acknowledge that, yeah, 25 years is a long time for someone to change. And I do think people can change. But Kouri's just making it really fucking hard, because not only has 3 years has passed, but during those 3 years, she's been very busy menacing. Even in today's sentencing, right? Her sitting there making all those faces. She's not even making an effort. She's not even trying. She just can't hide that the disdain that she has for the family members. Her ego is just too big.
I stand here today asking you to give her a second chance. We ask you to let those best qualified make that decision when the time comes. When Kouri's and Eric's boys are grown. When they can tell the board if they feel the same way that they do today. You heard a letter read today from a woman who once stood in the shoes of the Richins family. At sentencing, she wanted life without parole for her son's killer. Now she does not. She has changed. Her views of prison have changed, and her feelings towards the man that took her.
No, I don't think she's changed. I don't know. No. I think she has a potential to change, maybe like 10, 15, 20 years down the road. Possibly, but it's hard to believe that given everything that she's done so far. So, you know, if the judge gives her life without a possibility of parole, we know why. It's because of Kouri. Kouri did this to Kouri.
Her son's life
She couldn't help herself.
But a life without the possibility of parole, the sentence cannot be changed. If Kouri and Eric's boys someday change their mind, and it is too late to say something different than what they've said today, this day will become one more day that haunts them. If in 30 years they still do feel as they do today, they will have the opportunity to express those feelings. But don't allow their statements at age 9.
The moon colony, no. Let her stay on hell with the rest of us on planet Earth. Let's not send her out to outer space.
9, 12, and 13 become another tragedy,
Don't tarnish
another
the
trauma that they may end up suffering as adults.
Why would Kouri need to change if she's innocent, Miss Lewis?
A sentence that doesn't allow even the possibility of parole is a sentence that tells the world there is no hope. There is no growth. There is no change. There is no room for forgiveness.
You can still grow. You can still change, you know, if you have no possibility of parole, because you're just doing it for yourself, right?
There's no room for love. That we are all our worst act and will never be anything more. And that is not the human experience. In a world where humanity is waning, act with humanity. In a world where hatred is encouraged, act with kindness. In a world where forgiveness is seen as a weakness, act with compassion.
Not true, depends.
A sentence of 25 to life with the other charges turned concurrent reflects the seriousness of this offense, takes into consideration the totality of the circumstances. Further, it follows the recommendation of the pre-sentence report, and it is the appropriate sentence in this way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. It is 12:55. We're going to take a break until 1:25 to make sure Ms. Richins gets an opportunity to use the restroom and eat something. Mr. Bloodworth, you look like
1:25.
Your Honor, does the court want to hear from the state one last time before the proceedings?
I do not. I have this firmly in hand. I would like to make it clear, in case there was any ambiguity, that the court has considered and is denying defendant's request to strike portions of the state's sentencing memorandum.
Thank you.
Court will be in recess until 1:25.
All right, so we have 10 more minutes. Hold on, let's...
Ambiguity that the court has considered and is denying.
So I already posted a video about the state's sentencing memorandum, but do you guys want me to read it on stream? We have 10 minutes, so I think we have time to kill. I don't think I read it verbatim word for word when I did the video. I think I was just kind of like jumping around.
Defendant's request to strike portions of the state's sentencing memorandum.
Yes, thank you.
Court will be in recess until 1:25. Let's make sure that Ms. Richins gets something to eat. Thank you.
I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think that Kouri should be considered to get parole? 25 years is a long time for people to change. Do you think she deserves it? Kouri acted just as immature and callous as she did when she murdered. Judge denies your request. All right, I'm going to get up and stretch and use the restroom really quick. And then we can either, I don't know, if you guys want to discuss anything, we continue discussing, or I can cover the sentencing memorandum that was very scathing that the state put out there. Absolutely not. No parole, no parole. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. All right. So they will be back in about 10 minutes, and Kouri is going to speak for 30 minutes, and we are going to hear from the judge, which I look forward to. I look forward to hearing from the judge finally, because he has to sit there the entire time, you know, quietly, not giving his opinion on things, right? But I want to hear what he's going to say to Kouri. How is he going to address her directly? All right, so since we have time to kill, let's if you guys have any questions, throw in some questions if you guys have any. But we are towards the end of the sentencing for Kouri Richins. She's looking at 25 years to life or life in prison without a possibility of parole. We got to hear from Eric's family members and how they talked about, you know, what a great person Eric was, what a great, loving, caring father and even husband Eric was. You know, he took care of Kouri and he took care of the 3 children, and they really miss having Eric in their lives. It seems like there's a giant gap in, you know, in their lives, and it's hard to fill it. There's some really sad parts of the victim impact statements, with each of the family members. You know, one of the sisters, she talks about not only did she lose Eric, but she's also lost you know, something really important in her life. It was really sad to hear about that. We also got to hear from the children. They didn't go up there and speak directly, but they did have counselors that were advocates for them, and they addressed Kouri by name. Seems like all the children are, you know, very sad, angry at Kouri, and they talked about how Kouri was not a good mother, which is diametrically opposite to what people on Kouri's side were saying. So we heard from Kouri's mom. She wasn't there. She was there, but she didn't want to read her letter. I think like out of like the 10 plus people that came in and spoke for Kouri, I think only 2 or 3 people actually spoke directly. others had someone else read their statements, or they had someone read their statements and then they want to attach their own name to it, which I think is kind of telling. It's like, okay, you don't even want to risk your face, your name up there for Kouri Richins. All right, that's interesting. Ms. Lewis did address some parts of the sentencing memo that they did not like. She accused the state of putting in accusations that are unfounded and not something that would not be cross-examined. And I think the judge is determining right now there's going to be parts of it that they're going to strike. So let's read the sentencing memo. Let me just pull it up really quick. Sentencing memo, and this is the video that I posted about 2 days ago. Also, guys, on my YouTube channel, we're also covering the sidebars for the trial. And on day 5 sidebars, I forgot that there was a testimony that was not live streamed, and I got to read the testimony of the undercover officer. They didn't want his face, his voice to be shown to the world, although it was kind of already shown. It's already out there, and Mr. Bloodworth actually referenced his face in his closing argument. So, interesting. What did Sarah Boone do? Will Kouri be like Sarah Boone? Sarah Boone, wait, she wants some alimony from her ex-husband and appealed to get more money. Oh, really? I have access to all the Sarah Boone family stuff, but I haven't gone through it yet. I don't know. Maybe I will. We'll see. All right, sentencing memorandum. Oh, by the way, Sarah Boone, I don't know if it's a real question or not, but Sarah Boone murdered her boyfriend, and it was done in a way that was very sickening. She put him in a suitcase where he suffocated to death. Very, very sad. Very cramped suitcase. What is my prediction? I think she's going to get no parole, but I don't know what Judge Mrazek's track is with, sentencing. So I think Miss Lewis did a pretty decent job of listing all the people that were like the worst of the worst and comparing it to the crime that Kouri committed. But with Kouri, it's like a bundled package. It's like the crime that Kouri committed. Not only that, but like she tried to kill him twice, succeeded the second time, and then all the actions that she took afterwards, between when Eric was murdered until now. Kouri has just nonstop gone after people over and over again in any way that she can. Yeah, Sarah Boone had, when she read a speech to the court, apparently there was way more to it that her counsels recommended her not to say. But after she got her, full sentence, which is again life in prison with no parole, she released her letter to the judge, and it was very fucking unhinged. So we're trying to figure out how unhinged Kouri might be. Santa Gardner. I'm not familiar with that trial. I am not familiar with that. All right, y'all. So I'm going to read you the state sentencing memorandum while we wait for the court to return. Oh, shit, where'd it go? Pull it up. Okay. Wait for them to come back. On Valentine's Day, 2022, Kouri Richins tried and failed to murder her husband and the father of her 3 young children, Eric Richins. Over the next 17 days, she did not think, what have I done? Rather, she thought, how can I do better? And then she murdered Eric in the presence of their children using poison and for money. Such a person should never again lurk among the rest of us. Her children should never have to worry about that they may one day encounter her. Accordingly, the state requests that the court impose a sentence of life in prison without parole. Kouri Richins has earned it. Her children deserve it. Only this court can order it. Now, state sentencing requests. We have count 1 for ag murder. She should get life without possibility of parole. Count 2, attempted aggravated murder. That was on Valentine's Day, where she tried to poison him with the egg sandwich, to serve 5 years to life in prison. There's count 3, insurance fraud, where she should serve 1 to 15. Same thing with count 4, insurance fraud, same sentencing. Then there's the forgery, 1 to 5 years. The court should enter in continuous protective order in favor of Eric Richins' family members that prohibit the defendant from contacting them unless they first initiated contact, and prohibits her from maintaining or benefiting from the insurance on the lives of the children. Unfortunately, the judge says this is something that he doesn't have authority over, and in terms of the children, that's something that has to be determined by juvenile court. So he didn't like that outcome, though. Family members include the children, Eric Richins' father, Eric's sisters, Eric's brother-in-law, MBLB, I think, are Katie and Clint's children. And then Andrew Swenson might be Amy's husband, I think. The court should order the defendant to pay restitution to Auto Owners Insurance Company in the amount of $1,017,018.49. True Stage Insurance Company in the amount of $352,562.61. And also, Kouri should pay the recoupment to Summit County in the amount of $1,391,943.98. Oh, are they coming back? I see the camera moving. Argument. When sentencing, the court is to weigh and consider public safety, punishment, deterrence, incapacitation, restitution, and rehabilitation. For consecutive versus concurrent sentencing decisions, the court must reconsider the gravity of circumstances of the offenses, the number of victims, the history, the character, and rehabilitative needs of the defendant. A sentence in a criminal case should be appropriate for the defendant in light of his background and the crime committed, and also serve the interests of the society which underlie the criminal justice system. Something's happening with the camera system over there, but they're not back yet. I don't know what's going on. It's like blurry. The court is to examine both aggravating and mitigating factors to include the nature and circumstances of the crime, the defendant's character, background, history, mental and physical condition, the impact of the crime on the victim's family and community, and any other facts in aggravation or mitigation of the penalty. Not all aggravating and mitigating factors are equally important, and one factor in mitigation or aggravation may weigh more than several factors on the opposite scale. A few egregious aggravating factors may outweigh several mitigating factors claimed by the defendant. The psychological reality is that aggravating circumstances in the first-degree murder cases will virtually always outweigh or be more compelling than the mitigating circumstances. You know, I don't think they really listed much mitigating circumstances, like talking about Kouri's background and I guess like maybe she doesn't have like mental conditions or anything like that, or traumas. The commission of a capital homicide, i.e. intentional murder, is one of the most heinous acts known to society. The sheer emotional impact of all the evidence of an unjustified killing tends to overwhelm the evidence of mitigating factors in the mind of the sentencing authority. The court is to consider the totality of these circumstances in imposing a sentence that is proportionate to the crime and the culpability of the defendant. Why do the defense say they believe her? It's their job to support her, you know, and be there. I mean, it's not like they can go out there and say like, hey, we don't believe her. We're just representing her. There are some attorneys out there, though, that you can tell they fucking hate their client and they don't believe their client. For example, the one that was representing Letitia Stalk and I think Lori Vallow. Ooh, did you feel some ire from those defense attorneys, even though they're doing their best to represent their clients? But man, they were not hiding the hate. The court is not limited to the circumstances of the crimes for which the defendant has been convicted, but may consider other factors as well. Kouri will probably double down on bashing Eric. Yeah, I can see that. Kouri will likely be in the same prison as Ruby Franke and Jody Hildebrand. Oh, wait. Wasn't the minimum sentence for Ruby and Jody, wasn't it 2 years? Are we approaching the 2-year mark? 2 years, right? Not 5 years? Evidence that is inadmissible at the guilt stage may be admissible for the purpose of resentencing. Such information must be reasonably reliable, and relevant. Here, the state took the death penalty off the table in the early days of the case. The court must sentence the defendant to either life without the possibility of parole or indeterminate term of imprisonment for 25 years to life. There is no presumption in favor of either of the two sentencing options. In totality, the egregious aggravators outweigh the perfunctory mitigators and require a sentence of life without parole on count 1 and consecutive sentencing on the remaining courts. So he owes $3,000 now. Sarah is saying he owes $26,000, not $3,000. What a mess. So the $3,000 that was for alimony during the time when they were together. She was trying to get child support too. Did she get anything for that? Court should sentence the defendant to life without the possibility of parole on count 1. The nature, the circumstances of the crime are irrational. The defendant murdered her husband in the presence of their young children, using poison for money and trying and failing to murder him 17 days earlier. The Utah legislature recognizes the homicidal poisoning and murder for money are each so heinous as individually warrant the death penalty. Oh, they might be back now. I think they were back. Let's see. Let's check in with Judge Mrazek.
I understand that Ms. Richins will like to stand at the podium.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you folks would like to join her.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, guys. Kouri's talking. 30 minutes. Good
No
luck.
problem.
The video that I posted the other day does cover the sentencing memorandum, so feel free to watch that if you guys want to know the rest of it. Oh, I forgot to get more water. Damn it.
Kleenex up there if you need it.
She don't need no Kleenex. Why do all three attorneys need to be up there?
My sweet baby boys. I know that today you don't want to speak to me, have a relationship with me, but you may think you hate me, and that's okay.
You may think you hate me.
I will never be angry at you for your feelings. When the day comes that you're ready, I will be here for you,
But I will roll my eyes during your letter.
waiting for you and loving you. But I need you boys to know and understand that I have been desperately trying to get in contact with you any way that I can for years. That all of my communication has been completely cut off from you since early 2024. And now I will use any opportunity I can to get a message to you. Even if that means sharing it publicly to the world, fully restrained, in my jail clothes, in one of the most horrible situations possible. I don't care, and I'm not embarrassed or ashamed by any of it. All I care about is you boys. I will do whatever it takes for you to hear the truth from me and to come home to you. For the time being, I don't know when that is or when my next opportunity will be. So for now, bear with me as I have tried to consolidate everything I've wanted to share with you for the last few years.
Can't the judge cut her and say that, like, hey, you have to address this to me and your sentencing, not to use it to communicate to your boys? Is she allowed to do this? It's a good strategy for her, though.
With everything I want you to know until I'm able to speak to you again, and one long message. And although you may not be ready to hear it today, that's okay. My hope is one day you will be.
Miss Lewis has the best position. I wouldn't want my face to be included in this either. They'd be like, we have it at normal speed.
May 6th of 2024, temporary custody was transferred from the state of Utah Child Services to your Aunt Katie and Uncle Clint. My last video call with you boys was several weeks prior to that, around April 24th, 2024, when you were still in the state's custody. Once temporary custody was transferred to Katie and Clint, against my wishes, they cut off all of my communication between you boys and I. It was years before I would ever have a trial. I warned social services that if they gave custody of you to the Richins family, it would be the last time I would be able to see or speak to you boys again. And your opinion of me, in this case, and wild allegations would soon mirror those of the Richins family. And that's exactly what happened. You need to know the Darden side of the family fought a long, hard battle for custody, but was eventually ignored and denied. Since temporary custody was granted to Katie and Clint, they have not allowed me to see or speak to you. No more video calls, no more visits. They blocked the phone number for the jail so I can't call you. Birthday cards, Christmas cards, the letters I would send you boys, they were all returned or rerouted. All of my contact was cut off more than 2 years ago. So please, please ask them. Please ask them for your cards, for your letters, if I tried calling you. Please, just ask them. Whether it's now or in 10 years. The one thing I need you boys to know is I did not abandon you. I did not just walk out of your lives one day to never return, to never call,
You effectively did, though.
to never show up. Regardless of what anyone tells you, I would never ever leave you boys. And I am so sorry if for even 1 second you thought that I did. If for even 1 second you thought that I didn't love you. Because that couldn't be further from the truth. You boys are my world. The reason I continue to wake up every day and fight to come home. You're my reason for living.
You destroyed their lives. They don't want you. And it's crazy that she is like, you know, discrediting their wild allegations because she's saying that they only mirror what the Richins family have been saying.
I understand that you're in a difficult situation, mentally, emotionally, and physically. I understand you guys have been through an extremely difficult time this past 4 years.
Because
You
of
should
you.
never have to deal with such tragedy, and I am so, so sorry that you are going through this. You boys have the right to be angry, and sad, and confused, feel in survival mode, have questions. All of this is completely valid. Your feelings are completely valid. And one day, when this is all over, we can sit down and talk about all of this and sort it all out. And I promise you boys, one day it will be over. I'm not perfect. I have succeeded and I have failed. As a person, as a wife, as a parent, we all do. I have done plenty of things I am not proud of.
Like?
Some I regret, some I don't. Some I'm ashamed of, and some I'm not. I regret things I have done right in my life to later find out they were for the wrong people. I have said things I shouldn't have. I've done things I shouldn't have. Sometimes I haven't said what I should, or not meant what I did say. There are things I can't change, and long overdue apologies that I owe. There are would-haves, and could-haves, and should-haves. We all have them. We have all done them. And you boys will too one day, but in your own way. And that's okay. That's life, and we're human. Nobody is all good or all bad. We just get portrayed that way. You're going to succeed and achieve amazing things in this life.
All I hear is how she's already planning to manipulate the boys in the future.
You're also going to make mistakes and fail at some things. But use those opportunities to grow and to learn. They do not define you, and don't ever let other people make you think that they do. We are not defined by our best or our worst moments. We fall somewhere in the middle, ever evolving, and you boys are ever evolving. Secrets diminish self-respect. They lose trust. They make us lose ourselves. I fell in love with someone who wasn't your dad. Your dad fell in love with someone who wasn't me. I did things behind your dad's back. He did things behind mine.
Okay, we're gonna throw Eric under the bus. Jesus. And you know what? The kids can't really. What sucks is that, like, when you hear allegations about someone that is gone, that has been deceased, there's no way you can ever talk to them and be like, hey, Dad, what's your side of the story? Right? They're always gonna have this lingering thing like, oh, what if Mom was right? What if Mom wasn't lying? You can't ask Dad. Dad is not around anymore. Why? I don't know. I feel like a good mother would just focus on just her. Just focus on yourself. Don't focus on Eric. Just focus on you.
Don't keep secrets. Always put your spouse first. Your dad and I didn't always do this, but don't be like us in that aspect. We made mistakes that I know I regret, and I'm sure if he were here today, he would say that there are a few things he regrets as well.
She's clumping Eric with her.
Marriage is hard. Marriage takes work. Marriage takes love.
I know, he should have returned her at Home Depot. Excuse me, I have my receipt. Can I return this defective merchandise?
Love. Deep love. And you may think about divorce, and you will have fights, but then you will make up, and you will forgive each other. Because when your love is enough, your love keeps you together. Your love is all you need to ignore the noise. Your love never fails. Sometimes your dad would want to throw in the towel on our marriage, or I would want to throw in the towel on our marriage, but we never did. We always found our way back to each other.
And then you killed him.
I would pick up his towel, or he would pick up mine. We'd hand them back to each other and start again. Because our love never failed. We stopped keeping track of each other's wrongdoings, and we forgave, and we moved on, and we loved. And if I had to relive all of those hard days all over again, I would do it without question.
The text messages that were sent to her lover was completely different. It's like, oh, when can I get married to you? When can we be together? When can we just like have children together? She had no intention of staying in the marriage with Eric. She was planning to GTFO.
Your dad and I were a lot of things. A mess of sorts sometimes. But we were this crazy, beautiful mess that made us a family. Because our love was enough. Our hard days never outweighed our good days. Our weak moments never outweighed our most memorable happy days. We always laughed more than we cried. We failed at some things, but we never failed at loving you boys. Our love was enough to make our house a home. Our love was enough to stay together, to raise you boys. Our love was enough to forgive each other when others said that we shouldn't. To do things for each other others may disagree with. Our love was enough to protect each other, even though it may cost us everything. Love can make you lose yourself. Sometimes it makes you do things you know you shouldn't, but knowing it's not wrong at the same time. Because your spouse is your person, and your love is enough. One day, you will meet someone and fall in love and understand that just your love is enough. Enough to withstand everything else. The noise of the world, the obstacles, the trials of marriage, the heartache, bad choices, forgiveness. You will understand your love is enough, and your love never fails. Don't worry about what others think about your relationship. Don't worry if they would do things differently. You just love. And you love big, and you love deep, and you protect your love. Your dad and I didn't have it all together. But together we really did have it all. Because we had you three. Don't let anyone choose the direction of your life by their opinions and their judgments. Being able to hold yourself together in the worst of situations doesn't make you emotionless. Separating personal and business life and emotions doesn't make you unreasonable. Resentment can get the best of others. Don't let it get the best of you. People will...
It's so crazy how she's talking about resentment and like, Kouri, look at how you conducted yourself against the Richins family. I don't understand how she can give any life tips to anyone in her life right now.
Always have a lot to say about lives they've never lived. Live your life the way you choose to live it. Just be safe and be healthy and be happy. That's all that matters.
What if they marry someone that has poisonous tendencies?
Sometimes people will want you to believe that life is simply black and white. That situations are black and white, but they're not. Life, situations, they are full of color. At the very least, shades of gray. Always question the color, even if you're only questioning the gray areas. Keep an open mind. Question situations and stay curious. You will have some people in your life tell you how their love for you is unconditional. But once your most private life has been revealed, you quickly find out just how conditional their love actually was.
Well, sometimes people find out the real you and they don't want to have anything to do with you.
Choose the people you hold close to your heart wisely. And always be the friend that walks into somebody's life when everyone else chooses to walk out. Always remember
the hard question that Kouri needs to ask her children, or even ask herself, would she want her children, her 3 boys, to marry someone like her?
The only people you owe your loyalty to are those people who never made you question theirs. Every day you wake up, you get a second chance at life. To do whatever you want. Be whoever you want. to succeed in all your dreams. Take the day and run with it. It's a blessing. Don't take it for granted. Sometimes you will have hard days when all you want to do is count all the ways things are going wrong or have gone wrong in your life. In that moment, stop, take a minute, take a step back, take a breath, and switch your thinking to count all the ways that it has gone right. All the good that has come to you, boys. All the grace, the blessings, and the love. Remember that anyone can give up on something. That's the easy way out. True strength comes when everyone is expecting you to fall apart, but you hold it together, persevering through the hardest of times. Always persevere. Always prove them wrong. Because you boys don't give up, and you boys will never quit. There's always going to be someone out there ready to tear you down, misrepresent you, lie about you, tell half-truths, and judge you. They will judge you on decisions you do or don't make, what you did or didn't do, what you did or didn't say. They will take out of context and twist your words. They will judge you on your emotions or the way you grieve. You may show too much emotion, you may not show enough. They will tell you you're not grieving correctly, you're too angry, you're too sad, you're holding it together too well or not well enough, or maybe you're too ambitious. They will judge you on your demeanor, if you cry, if you don't cry, if you don't do anything at all. And all of this will get misinterpreted into something that it's not, formed by the opinions of who's ever creating it.
She's just trying to rewrite history, and this is pretty wild.
And then silence is also too often misinterpreted and misjudged. But when people behave that way, it has much more to do with them personally than it does you. Everyone's entitled to their opinion. It doesn't make it true. Remember who you are and what you stand for, the truth, and ignore the noise. Ignore their noise. Ignore their egos, their entitlement, and their biased judgment. Those who abuse the power and the positions they hold will have a higher power to report to one day, and that higher power holds the final truth, their final truth. Don't ever let someone tell you how to show emotion, how you're supposed to react to any given situation. Don't care what others think about you, what others say about you, just let them talk. Just be you, be yourself, be authentic, be genuine. Because those who truly know you, who truly love you, is all you need.
No, these are the people that will ignore your bullshit and just blindly believe you.
Forgive those who turn their back on you, but never forget. Don't hold hate in your heart toward others.
Doesn't she literally do that right now towards the Richins family and other people? In the sentencing memorandum, there's a text message that she sent like 6 weeks after the verdict where she said she was going to go after like everyone. She was completely unhinged. She was like, they'll never be rid of me. I will always be back. I will always come after them or something. Oh, gosh.
It only brings you down more than it does them. Apologize when you're wrong, even if that apology is long overdue. You can't change.
Yeah, Kouri, you can still apologize. Go ahead, apologize to the Richins family.
But you can't change, and you can't change the past. But you can take accountability when you mess up.
She probably had a ghostwriter for this too. Shit, what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something else. That'd be funny if she had a ghostwriter for this.
In your heart toward others, it only brings you down more than it does them. Apologize when you're wrong, even if that apology is long overdue. You can't change what you can't change, and you can't change the past. But you can take accountability when you mess up. Admit when you make a mistake, even when it's embarrassing or humiliating, even when it can ruin relationships, careers, or your integrity. Be honest with yourself and those you need to.
This is so rich coming from her.
But never apologize for something you didn't do. Never admit to something you didn't do. And never beg for mercy for something you didn't do. Don't take the easy way out. Always stand up for what's right, even if you find yourself standing alone or with a small group of people that love you. Believe in yourself and be brave. Never give up on your fight, no matter how long it takes. Months, even years. Never give up on truth, justice, and the fight of corruption. When something is broken, fix it. When something doesn't make sense, question it. If money is paying for it, follow the money.
What?
Your brothers are your best friends.
If money is paying for it, follow the money. What? What does that mean?
Your dad and I raised you boys. And if you cared about nothing else in this world, you care about each other.
What the
Your
fuck is
brothers
happening?
will always be there for you. They will always be your brothers. You love them. You protect them. You take care of each other. You support each other. You help each other. And you trust one another. You be loyal to one another. And you keep each other safe and healthy and happy. And you stay together no matter what. You have each other's backs. Be patient with one another. Don't keep track of wrongdoings. Let them go. Forgive. Move on. Show compassion. Empathy toward each other. And never go a day without telling one another you love each other.
And we're trying to fix
You
her
are
hair.
never too old, or too cool, or too busy.
I forgot to check out on my Amazon card, so I was like, shit, I need to check out right now. I need more tissues.
To love each other. Don't ever settle for just good. Go for great. In school, in your career, in hunting, in fishing, in your relationships, in your goals. Exceed expectations. Be like your dad. Be generous. Be charitable. Stay
How come we can't give you with gems? What are gems? Is it like a new YouTube thing?
humble. Give when you have too much.
It'd be so funny if she starts busting out the happy birthday song to Eric.
Give more than you take. Help when others are in need. Serve your community. Be like your dad. Never stop learning.
Wait, be like your dad? But not like mom?
Be like your dad. Never stop learning.
Don't be like me. Don't
Through
be incarcerated.
education, through people, through travel, culture, through business and friends. From your success and achievements. From your mistakes and failures. Be like your dad.
Oh gosh. Feel bad for the defense attorneys.
Love the outdoors. Find your peace, your therapy, your heart and soul.
Wait, what is happening here? Okay, I thought it was like, it was kind of decent. And then now we're just like listing a bunch of like random things now. At some point, the ChatGPT must have been overloaded and she had to write the rest of the speech or something. I don't know. Now we're just listing a bunch of just random shit.
On the top of a mountain somewhere. Where it's quiet. Where it's calm. Where you will be able to feel the spirits of those that you love and miss the most. Be like your dad.
Girl, ain't nobody crying with you. You're the only one crying. I thought Miss Nestor and Miss Lewis were like, we fervently believe her. I don't see any tears coming out of them. This should be very touching and moving if you believe her. She's the only one crying right now.
Be like your dad. Laugh. Laugh often. Laugh loud. Laugh when you want to.
Live, laugh, learn. What is the thing that's on like the live, laugh, life? Now we're just going through the The home goods aisle and just reading all the different phrases that's on those like plasters or those like little those little like boards, you know, that you hang up at the Airbnbs. Live, laugh, love.
Laugh. Laugh often. Laugh loud. Laugh when you want to cry. Laugh when you're mad.
No, they're not the same.
Have that laugh that everyone recognizes and no one will ever forget.
Live, laugh, kill. Oh, hell no.
Even when you're gone. Be like your dad. Love your family. Through the good, the bad, the disagreements, the back and forth arguments. Choose forgiveness. Choose love. Choose happiness. Be a loyal brother. Be a noble son. Be like your dad.
Maybe she wants to be like the part of the marketing team at Home Goods, you know. Someone hire Kouri right now so she can make those like Home Goods, you know, Airbnb, those little phrases you put up.
Have the hobbies that bring you excitement and joy, that give you a break from life, but build your life full of people and family who you love and that love you. Build a family that makes you happy to come home to every day, with a career that makes you hold your head high.
Kouri doesn't understand that there's power in brevity, okay? You don't need to just go on and on and on and just go at what is she doing right now? She's like looking up at God? I don't know what's happening here.
To come home to every day, with a career that makes you hold your head high. Be the friend everyone wants to be friends with. The dad that everyone wishes they had. Be like your dad.
I'll lose my shit if she starts talking about the Japanese kinotsuroi. Oh, Carpe diem. Oh. I don't know. She says keep your head up high. Maybe she was trying to be profound by like looking up, you know? I don't know what's happening there.
As your parents, your dad and I wanted to give you every opportunity or choice that we didn't have. We would do anything for you boys, or break our backs falling over obstacles and finding our way to be sure you had the best of the best.
Don't forget to put the toilet seat down.
Even if we didn't always do it well, or have the right answers, or the words, we would give you everything that we had. But the one thing I can't give you boys are the answers that you want the most. Because I can't give you something that I don't have.
You know what she can't give to the boys? The I am sorry. I am sorry. I don't know if she's even said that once.
An explanation that I just don't know. I've never lost a son. I've never lost one of my brothers, a nephew.
Yeah, you've been blessed.
But I did grow up with a single mother, and I have lost my father. I do know what it's like to wonder, what if Dad could have watched me graduate college, walk me down the aisle, be there for the birth of one of you boys.
So you knew what it was like to grow without a father, and yet this is something that you did to your boys. It's great.
If only Dad were here. I do know what that's like. The lifetime of pain that brings. The sadness and the anger. I would never wish that upon anyone.
especially you boys. My own sweet babies.
She's
It's a
delusional.
lifetime of what ifs and if onlys.
Well, sorry, no, I don't think she's delusional. I think she's just manipulative.
An empty hole in your heart where your dad's supposed to be. He's supposed to fill. He's supposed to walk through life with you, with us, with our family. I do know what that's like. So murder, an attempted murder, 4 years later, and it's still hard for me to say those words out loud. They get caught in my throat. I turn my stomach, and I try to avoid them as much as possible.
What?
Because it makes me physically sick to think about.
You know what they need to do? If they really want to see a true side of Kouri, because, you know, we've seen how Kouri, or we've seen the transcripts, but release the jailhouse calls, because the jailhouse calls are probably just really telling of, like, Kouri. Maybe show kind of, like, not be as unhinged, but from the transcripts that I saw from the jailhouse calls were pretty bad. Let them listen to the jailhouse calls. They can see how their mother really is, how unhinged she is.
But still to this day, I can't believe this is real sometimes. That this is our life.
She laughed and reveled, and she tried to plot to destroy Eric's reputation.
That this is my life. Convicted of taking one of the people out of my life who filled it the most. My husband, the father of my children. Still in shock and still in disbelief. Accused and now convicted of such a heinous crime. Potentially costing me to never see you boys again.
Accused.
I just lost both of their parents. And there's no textbook answer.
I'm sorry, if you really didn't do it, your speech would probably start off with, I would never kill my husband, the father, you know, your father. I would never do that. We loved each other. I loved him. You know, I was with him that night, and I regret not being with him the entire night. I regret that I wasn't there to save him. I regret that I wasn't able to do CPR properly. I regret X, Y, and Z. It would start with something like that. But you know why it doesn't start like that? You know why we don't hear I'm sorry or any apologies or anything like that? It's because Kouri, she fucking did it. She fucking did it.
On how or what we're supposed to do. How I'm supposed to react or move forward. And I'm so sorry you boys are being pulled through the middle of this absolute chaos. Between two families fighting that both love you so very much. Trust and assets, our home, none of it matters. You boys are what matter. Your safety, your health, mentally, emotionally, all of that should be being prioritized. I will and have always prioritized your safety.
Disagree.
I'm your mother, and that is my job. And for anyone to scare you otherwise is just cruel and heartless. I'm sorry that 8 people from a jury who have never met you.
Instead of addressing the court directly, she's using her children again as instruments to do so by disguising it in a speech to her children.
Me or our family had the right to determine our future, and they did that in less than 3 hours. In a perfect world, there might be justice. But in a perfect world, nothing ever goes wrong. Tragedies don't happen. Some think a verdict or the sentencing
will be the answer that they seek or that they need, but it won't. It will only give them something else to think about for a while. It may help to disperse some of their hurt or their resentment, but it won't relieve it. This grief will outlive us all. The hundreds of lives that this has affected. The lifelong trauma you boys have suffered this last 4 years will outlive us all. You haven't had to just endure losing one parent, but losing two. And no child should ever have to go through that. Especially when one was an unforeseen tragedy, and the other based on injustice and a system we're supposed to trust. Your dad's memory will always be the kind that's a physical hurt, the tightening in your chest when you think of him, particularly on days like today, his birthday, because he was so loved that no verdict or sentence will ever be able to release that kind of suffering. I'm broken without your dad, I'm broken without you boys.
Mm-hmm.
God did not put me in this world to take a life. God put me in this world to give life, your lives. And I don't know who or what I'm supposed to be if it's not a mother.
Have we passed
Your
the 30-minute
mother.
mark?
And as much as you've been influenced into thinking that Dad was murdered, that I took your dad from you, that is completely wrong and an absolute lie. And the thought of that is still as absurd today as it was 4 years ago. And just because someone may not be perfect, that's a far reach for them to be capable of murder. To kill someone, our someone. Your dad was in physical pain. A lot of physical pain.
Oh no, so she's gonna say that he took the fentanyl to allay that pain?
To kill someone, our someone. Your dad was in physical pain. A lot of physical pain. And just because some people didn't know or didn't want to see certain things, doesn't mean they weren't happening or they weren't true. He would have never left us intentionally. And I would have never taken him from you, from us. He was the glue that held us all together, that made us, us. Every little boy needs their father. Is he supposed to teach you the things that I could never explain? He's supposed to teach you and do things with you that only a dad can do.
And here comes the whiny voice.
Only he could give you those life lessons between a father and a son. I would have never taken that from you boys. I know how much you need him, how much you love him. How much you aspire to be just like him. And I would have never taken that from you. And I'm so sorry that I can't bring him back. For you, for me,
It's been like 40 minutes.
for our family.
Oh god.
I can beat myself up all day about how I could have been a better person or made better personal choices. And I can understand and accept you boys being upset about those things. But murder? No, absolutely not. I will not accept that. And I will not be blamed for something I did not do. I will appeal and fight these charges no matter how long it takes. Not because I have anything to prove to this court, to the state, to the Richins family, or to the world, but I do have something to prove to you three. I do care what you boys think, and I need you boys to know the truth. And because of that, I will never quit or give up on this fight for justice, the truth, and coming home to you. So please, I know that right now you may not believe me, that you believe I took Dad from you, and that's okay. I still and will always love you, and I'm asking that you please just don't give up on me. I'm coming home. Not today, not this year, but we're going to make this right. Our justice system will get this right, although this courtroom can't seem to.
Are her kids in the room? No, her kids are not there.
We have a long road ahead, but I will never quit fighting my way home to you boys. I love you more than these words could ever express. I loved you before I ever met you. And I will love you long after I'm not here to say it. And every minute of every day, I miss you boys more and more. And I think about how much I wish I could be with you, and this nightmare would go away. And we could have our family back. This entire situation isn't fair to anyone, but it's especially not fair to you three. And you boys are all that matters. I want to remind you just how strong you are, that you are loved by so many, and I am beyond proud of you, of everything you have overcome, everything you have achieved, and how much you bring into this world. You boys have been through so much, and I wish I could take away all your sadness and all your pain. Tell you how much Dad and I love you, and that everything's going to be okay. I wish I could count the freckles in your little cheeks. Read you books before bed. And help you with all your homework. I wish I could help you through your toughest nights. And hear your laugh through your happiest days. But for now, that's just not the way it is.
For now.
We have to be strong. We have to remember that our strength grows in these moments when we don't think we can go on. But we keep going on anyway, because we have to push through these hard days. Because in the end, at the end of this war, it will be so worth it. But I need you boys to always keep pushing through these hard days. Because this will come to an end. I just need you to hang in there. Listen to your little hearts. Listen to your little bellies for the truth. Before you were told who to be and what to believe, remember who you are. Remember who we are. Remember our family. I will continue to call you every day, even if my calls are blocked. Just so you know that I'm here. I've always been here. And I will always be here. My cards, my letters, they will never stop. I will never stop. I love you forever, Mom.
She didn't address what the boys were saying in their letters. She could have done that. All right. I think that was about 40 minutes, right?
While inside the courtroom, everyone involved in this process must be treated with respect. We cannot have any outward reactions inside the courtroom. If any of you feel overcome with emotion, frustration, anger, whatever, of any kind, please remember just to look down. Keep your hands folded in your lap. The court has considered the following information: the evidence, information, arguments, and recommendations provided by counsel on the record today, victim impact statements and other statements made on the record today regarding the appropriate sentence, and the pre-sentence investigation report as corrected on the record today, including the numerous statements attached to it. In addition, the court has considered each of the factors set forth in Utah Code 76-3-201 subsection 2B and has prioritized those factors as required by section 201-2C. Having considered the gravity and circumstances of the offenses for which Ms. Richins has been convicted, the number of victims, and available information regarding the history, character, and rehabilitative needs of the defendant, the court hereby orders that the sentences on counts 2 through 5 shall run consecutively to each other and to the sentence imposed on count 1. Moreover, the court exercises its discretion and chooses to impose no fines related to any sentence in this case. The court addresses the 5 counts on which Ms. Richins was convicted in reverse order. Ms. Richins, based on your conviction on count 5, third-degree felony forgery, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term not to exceed 5 years. Based on your conviction on count 4, second-degree felony insurance fraud, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term of not less than 1 and not more than 15 years. Based on your conviction on count 3, second-degree felony insurance fraud, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term of not less than 1 and not more than 15 years. Based on your conviction on count 2, first-degree felony attempted aggravated murder, the court hereby sentences you to an indeterminate prison term of not less than 5 years, and that may be for life. Which brings us to the final issue, the appropriate sentence for count 1. Under Utah Code 76-3-207.7, there are only 2 options: an indeterminate prison term of not less than 25 years, and that may be for life, or life in prison without parole. And the law requires that the court consider each option. Under a sentence of 25 to life, and considering the effect of the 4 consecutive sentences, the time that Ms. Richins has spent in custody, and the current practices of the Board of Pardons and Parole, Ms. Richins would likely serve approximately 30 years in the Utah State Prison before receiving her first parole hearing. By that time, she would be 66 years old. Under a sentence of life in prison without parole, Ms. Richins would be in prison for the rest of her natural life, unless the Board of Pardons and Parole determines by clear and convincing evidence at some future point that she is permanently incapable of being a threat to the safety of society, at which time the board would have the authority to release her. Under either scenario, Ms. Richins will be incapacitated, meaning structurally prevented from harming anyone outside the Utah State prison system for at least the next 3 decades, and perhaps much longer. But the potential impact on the survivors of the tragedy created by Kouri Richins, most importantly, Eric Richins' 3 sons, is more difficult to predict. On one hand, if the court sentences Ms. Richins to life without parole, one or more of those young men may come to resent that the court eliminated any opportunity they might have in the future, decades into the future, to express an opinion as adults with substantial life experience about whether their mother should, for example, be allowed to die with dignity. On the other hand, if the court sentences Ms. Richins to 25 to life, one or more of those young men may spend the next 30 years questioning why the court failed to protect them from the prospect of the person who murdered their father being released from prison at some time in the distant future, perhaps when they have families and children of their own. The court's contemplation of how those young men may come to feel about today's decision some 30 years from now comes from a place of genuine concern for them and humility regarding the court's inability to predict the future. Sitting here today, it is simply not possible for anyone, not even those young men, to know how their view of this case may evolve over the next several decades. My hope is that every person affected by Eric Richins' death will, over time, find their way to a state of peace. As for today, the court's duty is to make a decision, a weighty, long-lasting decision based on the best information available today. And the bottom line is this. Kouri Richins was convicted unanimously and beyond a reasonable doubt of attempting to murder Eric Richins, her husband, and the father of their 3 children. And then, having failed in her first effort of spending the next 17 days, not changing course, but doubling down, preparing to try again, and ultimately completing the act through the administration of poison. And for what? Money. All for pecuniary gain. A person convicted of committing that sequence of acts in that way and for that reason, and who causes the absolute tragedy that has befallen Eric Richins' sons and family. A person convicted of those things is simply too dangerous to ever be free. Accordingly, Ms. Richins, based on your conviction on count 1, first-degree felony aggravated murder, the court hereby sentences you to life without parole. You have the right to an appeal. You must file a notice of appeal within 30 days.
You see her rolling her eyes? You see her fucking face?
Murder. The court hereby sentences you to life without parole. You have the right to an appeal. You must file a notice of appeal within 30 days. You have the right to be represented by counsel on appeal. Mr. Bloodworth, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor.
Your Honor, we anticipate filing a motion for a new trial and would like a date set. We have a substantial record in this case. We will file the notice of appeal of the conviction and the sentence and ask that everything be stayed pending the motion for a new trial as we're entitled to do under Rule 4B. Excuse me, but we think we need sufficient time to file a motion for a new trial based on the substantial record that exists in this case, longer than the typical 14 days, because this is not only the trial itself, but the years of litigation and motion practice that preceded the trial. We were hoping that we could get an agreed deadline of 90 days to file a motion for new trial, mainly because for half of June I'm out of the country and for half of July Ms. Lewis is out of the country. Normally we would ask for 60, but there's going to be a month in there where both of us aren't available. So we're asking for 90 days.
Great. Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state objects. The rule provides for 14 days. You can't imagine this is a decision that was made today. I think counsel's had the last 53 days to prepare the motion, 14 days pursuant to the rule. I appreciate that it's a lengthy record in this case, but the issues available for the trial are fairly narrow. The state recommends the 14-day time period as provided by the law.
There is one other thing, Your Honor, on that as to why we need the extra time. So we have asked the county to retain an expert to assist to a declaration for our attached to our motion for new trial, and it's going to require us to go before a separate entity to decide whether that funding is approved, and that just takes time. So that's another issue we need.
I feel like there's more that I need to know in order to make this decision. And so I can also appreciate why defendant is concerned about the 14-day deadline so they do not lose that opportunity. Sitting here today with very little information and the state having very little opportunity to respond to this idea, I'll extend your deadline to 28 days. But within that time, if you want to file a motion to extend it, Ms. Nestor, with more detail, you have 14 days to file that motion.
Your Honor, can I ask for clarification? So the court
14 days from now, they have an opportunity. They have a deadline to file a motion to extend the 28-day deadline. If they don't, it's 28 days.
Gotcha.
Oh, I don't know. I guess it depends on the court. Some court wants them to stand up for their sentencing. Some courts are like, yeah, whatever, you can just stay down.
I acknowledge that that 28-day deadline may cause practical difficulties for the state's team, and if I need to extend the state's response deadline, I will certainly give that fair consideration.
Understood.
Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, anything else today?
No, sir.
Ms. Richins, you are hereby committed to the Utah State Prison and remanded to the custody of the Department of Corrections. This court is in recess. Please follow the deputy's instructions. We're off the record.
Happy birthday, Eric. Ooh, I was a little bit worried with the judge's speech for a second there, where he was talking about how the future can't be predicted. I'm like, okay, so where are we going with this? Because it seemed like, he was saying that, well, if she gets 25 to life, it seems like she wouldn't be getting her first parole hearing until 30 years anyways, and she'll be 66. And then he starts talking about the future thing. So I'm like, oh, wait, are we going with 25 to life? Is that where we're going? Is there anything else? So counts 1 through 4, or sorry, 5 through 2, right? Yeah, 2 to 5 or consecutive. But then he got into count 1. Count 1, was a little bit iffy. I was like, oh, is he going to give her 25 years? But then he starts talking about how she tried to poison Eric, and instead of, changing her mind for the next 17 days or not poisoning him, she doubles down and poisoned him again. And that is why he finds her to be too dangerous to be free. And of course, Kouri, she's going to roll her eyes. She is going to roll her eyes. Oh, man. This is such a wild trial. So crazy. So the defense is going to put in a motion for a new trial. Usually it's around 14 days if you want to file that motion. They wanted to extend the deadline to 90 days because 2 of the defense attorneys have their vacations planned already, or they're going out of state or something like that. But the state was like, no, just give them the 14 days. They had time to prepare. This is not something new that they just discovered. But the judge did say that he's going to give them 28 days. However, if they want to extend beyond the 28 days, they have 14 days from today to do so. So we'll wait and see that motion, see what's going on with that. They want a new trial. We'll get to see all their reasons that was listed. I bet you one of them is going to be the testimony of the crime scene technician, where she mentioned that Kouri was incarcerated. But oh man, what a day. What a day today. Kouri gave about like a 40-minute speech. And honestly, I think, as always, I think she used her children as instruments. I think like if she were to direct her speech to the children for the first 15, maybe 20 minutes, I thought I was like, okay, the speech is not too bad. It was a good idea, right? But then it felt like she was just trying to add as much things as she can to make her speech more impactful. And at some point, it just became really redundant. And later, it became obvious that she was just using her children as vehicles to try to blame everyone else, to say that she didn't do it. And it really came down to her not really addressing her children anymore, but she was just using that to address all the other issues that she had. So at some point, I didn't really like that. But I think she had a decent start, though, addressing her children. But again, it's not just about her children. She's got to deny, and lie until she dies. Oh, boy. The defense attorneys are just doing their jobs, They are doing their jobs. They are fervently defending their clients. And I think they're... I can't imagine them really liking her. I don't know. She seems like an annoying as fuck person to be dealing with. But we'll see what happens with the new trial stuff. With all this, what's been happening this year, like, oh my gosh, Letitia Stalk, convicted child killer, was granted a new trial. And Alec Murdaugh also is getting a new trial. Now, with the new trial, I'm very curious to see if the roadside shooting will be included in that, and also all the financial fraud, which is tied to motive, but maybe the Supreme Court. I don't know. I don't know if they ever addressed that. I actually want to read it when I'm done with this, but oh boy. That's it, guys. That's it for now with Kouri Richins. But, with all the stuff that's happening, we don't know. Maybe that's the end of Kouri Richins, or maybe we'll see her again. We'll see what happens. Oh, man. All right, guys, that's it for today. I did not finish reading the state's memorandum, but like I mentioned, the video that I posted about 2 days ago did cover that. And then also, we've been covering the sidebars in the trial. So if you guys haven't seen that yet, we are on day 5 right now, where I did get to read the rest of the testimony of the undercover agent that was not live streamed. So if you guys want to check it out, feel free. We'll have some more sidebars coming out. But other than that, that is pretty much it for today. It's a mixture of a sad day, but we at least got to hear from Eric's family members. They got to finally, and really speak out, because for the most part, they've been trying to stay out of the limelight, out of the media. Kouri has been on the offensive. She's been teaming up with, doing these interviews for her family, and they were on the 48 hours, and they've been pushing out their narrative for a very, very long time. And I think the Richins family have been just keeping it in court, not trying to publicize all the drama that's been happening. But we finally get to hear from the family members, and we got to hear from the father, the sisters, the brother-in-law. So it's good to hear that, Eric's just really lucky. He may have married a piece of shit, but the support system that he had, the people that were advocating for him, the people that wanted and demanded answers, hired a PI, hired the financial forensic accountant who did excellent job in trial. I mean, Eric had a team of people that just fully supported him. So he is very, very lucky to have that. And Kouri sat there for about an hour and a half, rolling her fucking eyes, laughing, and just being really disrespectful. But Kouri also had a slew of people who came in and spoke for her side as well. But like I mentioned before, it's quite telling when people don't really want to show up in person to do it. There are some people that couldn't, and I understand that, if you can't be there. But there are some very important people that, they didn't want to read their own speech, had the defense attorneys read it for them, or they didn't want to attach their name to the speech. But they wanted to support Kouri nonetheless. But yeah. I actually thought the judge was going to give a longer speech directed at Kouri. Similar to Judge Newman. I like the speech that he gave to Alec Murdoch. And there was also another judge that had a pretty good speech when they were addressing the defendant. I don't remember who else it was. But I was hoping for the judge to say more. You would have forgotten the sentencing. Yeah, I almost forgot the sentencing too. I haven't been keeping it with my court calendar. I actually forgot about the Brendan Banfield sentencing, but luckily that was delayed. So I was like, oh, thank God, because I completely forgot about it. Now, they are going to have another hearing for restitution, and I might have jury duty around then. I don't know. We'll see. So I might be there. I might not. I might have to miss it. But if I do miss it, I mean, maybe I'll be able to make a video in the aftermath. We'll see. I don't know. It depends on how busy the jury duty is. So again, Kouri got life without the possibility of parole. She got the maximum punishment. And did she roll her eyes at the judge? She sure fucking did. She sure did. I hope she has fun in prison, live, laugh, and what was the other one? Live, laugh, and learn. I forgot. But she basically went up there and then just like spewed out a bunch of like these generic platitudes and these, life lessons for the boys. And it's really crazy because she's one of the last people to give tips on any life lessons about forgiveness, about loving people, about being kind. And we've seen how she's treated the people that were close to her. We've seen how she's treated Eric, his family members, her best friend. And yeah, it's really unfortunate that she had to turn out this way. Because, I did think that it was pretty cool that she was ambitious, that she was working on getting a degree, that she didn't want to live off of Eric's money, that she tried to get into real estate, get a real estate license. But then it just went downhill from there, when she realized that she didn't know what the fuck she was doing business-wise. She resorted to stealing money from her husband and ultimately murdering him. So it's really unfortunate, the decisions that people make at the end of the day. And she had everything. She had the world, All right, guys. Well, that's it for today. I hope you guys have a good one. You guys take care. And sidebars are coming out. Keep an eye out for that. It was good seeing you guys again. And I'll see you guys for the next live stream. I don't know when that's going to be, but Brendan Banfield is going to have his sentencing in about like 3 weeks, so we'll definitely be covering that. Oh, we're covering Blake Lively and Justin Baldoni. There's a settlement that's been reached between the two parties. Apparently there was like no money exchanging hands, so no monetary settlement. And who else is there? Oh, Koenig sentencing. So I covered the trial that happened in Australia, and we didn't cover it live, but I did a recap video that I posted about like maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago. Watch that trial. That was a pretty fucking crazy trial because the person that was the target of the murder, well, she survives and she testifies. And so does her son, who was actually the biological son of the father that's accused of trying to murder her. And the father also testifies. So that's a very interesting trial that happened. And I kind of wish I was able to live stream it, but I didn't get to because I think we were busy doing something else. But definitely check out that trial. We did a recap of that. That's the Koenig trial, but his sentencing is going to happen in August 13th. So he's looking up to max 20 years. I'm very curious to see what he's going to get. But yeah, guys, other than that, we'll continue making videos. What are we going to do lives? I have no fucking idea. I have no idea. But I hope you guys have a good one. Take care. Take care of your loved ones, and just be careful out there. Be careful. Not that I'm saying don't trust other people out there, but just be a little bit wary, But I think it's good to trust and be disappointed than to be distrustful and to be paranoid. And yeah, I don't know. All right, guys, feel free to join the Discord if you guys want. Yeah, I feel like the jury I have my opinions about the jury too, Laura. I have my opinions about the jury too. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. The way that they came back, it made it seem like they thought she participated in this altercation, and she was like, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, it's he said, she said. They were in the middle of a fight, and I think she just got attacked. I do think she got attacked. But anyways, feel free to go check it out. All right, guys, have a good one. Take care, and I will see you guys a different day. All right, keep an eye out for the rest of the videos, for the sidebars, and I'll see you guys later. See ya. See ya.